This is just Bilgewater music, I love it.
Okay guys, welcome back to the Dungeons & Dragons TIDES of AVALON campaign. I am your Dungeon Master, Witch. Thank you for your patience. We've been having some stuff going on currently with my sound settings, so please bear with me while I try to cope with the current situation. Welcome to everybody. Can I get my players to introduce themselves quickly? Just the ones who are here, anyway.
Can do. I'm Aelith, the party's lovely bard.
I am Kinura, a cleric that is now turned barbarian.
It's an interesting multi-class.
And I am Podva. I'm a still 6 paladin.
Awesome. So, as you guys might know, we've had a few. We had a character death a couple of sessions ago, and we've got a new player character in to join the party, which is our lovely friend Rooney's. He's going to be playing a Podva, the paladin, which the rest of the team haven't met yet, which is why we're going to get stuck right into today's session. Who would like to do the recap from last session to get a little bit of Dungeon Master inspiration?
I can. I've got the notes. So, upon the death of Olifice, Kisnura locked horns with the dead dragon's skull, claiming its power for herself. We then ventured out and actually blew up the giant finger in the middle of the lake, now that the source of power has been taken away, and it seems to release all of the souls that were trapped within, and we think we managed to get Joffrey's soul back, and we captured it in our vials.
Wildcats.
Zane's a really good swimmer now and can control water, and we're all just like, okay. He's got some kind of power over the water, and this before non-magical, never had touched magic in his life, garrison guard is now brimming with it. And we gave him a little bit of a questionnaire, but even he doesn't know what's happened to him just yet. So we head back up to the heads to let Nura take full control of the Lake Skellig domain, and she grew some motherfucking wings and she flew.
Yeah, she grew some motherfucking wings, y'all. And yes, that's a very good recap of last session. Thank you, Aelith. Please add 1 DM inspiration to your character sheet. Also, no, it wasn't Lores who died. It was our dear friend Juggle. Lores is just late because he has family dinner, and it's already like, 10:15 here, New Zealand time, so we figured if we were going to play tonight, we may as well get started and just kick it off. Because we don't really need to worry too much about his character right now anyway, because we have returned to the Skellig Guardsman's Fort. Kanya, do you want to explain what happened once you reclaimed the power from the heads?
Right. It was as if a foreboding sort of pressure from claws sort of were removed from the landscape and the creatures within Skellig. There was either a tooth or a horn or something that was sticking out of a ridge up on the heads, which after... What did I do? I can't quite remember what I did. I don't remember how it got destroyed. I really don't. But it got destroyed, and I sort of now have claim over this land, which I'm very excited about. I'm going to be oh my god, I'm so happy to be able to explore that. So the previous dragon, his essence has sort of been expunged. His control has been expunged. So now hopefully we'll be able to explore this area a bit more safely and be able to really knuckle down what's going on, what the rest of it's going on with anything else that's chaotically fey in the area. Apart from ourselves, yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of going to be wild. Also, to those of you watching the stream, how does my microphone sound? I've had to adjust some of my settings recently, so please let me know if there's any like funky sound issues that you guys can hear on the other end.
It still sounds pretty gainy. It sounds like you're peaking a little bit still. We can adjust the volume on our end.
I'm just gonna turn my gain down slightly. How does that sound now?
That's a little bit better.
Okay.
A little better.
What about now? Better? Worse?
Yeah.
That's better.
It's better?
Definitely better than before.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I've been I have a new sort of Blue Yeti situation, so I'm still trying to work out how all that stuff works. But yes, great recap, very good stuff. Essentially, Kinura has absorbed all of the power from the dragon that was there beforehand. And now the realm of Skellig is hers to do with as she pleases. So, to get you guys up to track, we return after last session to the Guardsman's Fort with the jar containing some sort of soul in hand. And you find yourselves at the door once again of Master Erlot. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna knock this time since
You're gonna knock this time because
Yeah.
Zane used his
Passes
foot
by
key
Mhm.
last time. Okay. Zane has, just for the purposes of this little moment here, Zane has just headed back to the garrison to grab some things, and then he's going to be coming back to you guys eventually. So, you knock this time. You hear a muffled voice from within saying, "Enter!"
Walk inside, and just... What am I gonna do here? I'm gonna say, is Jeffrey here?
And you see Master Erlot sort of poke his head up from around the corner, and he goes, "Ah! Yes, he is actually. He's with his brother. Would you like to come through?"
Ah, yes, definitely. We may have something that belongs to him.
And you see Master Erlot's eyes light up as you say this. You didn't find it, did you?
I'm just gonna pull
Yes,
the
yes,
jar
please.
out.
And he sort of like gives you the hand motion of like, come here.
Gonna walk up to him, just holding the jar out.
Okay, and you see Master Erlot sort of like wave it off like, I don't want this. And you go into the back room of Master Erlot's quarters. You saw the door into this room when you were in here with him previously, but it wasn't open last time. It is open now. So Master Erlot ushers you in, and the first thing that you see is Wayne's back, leaning over his brother who is lying in the bed, sort of. He's prone. He's got the covers pulled up just over his chest. He just looks like he's sleeping. And as you guys approach in through the room, Wayne lifts his head and you see his eyes are ringed with red. He's been crying pretty much non-stop. What would you like to do?
I'd just like to sort of approach and put my hand on his shoulder and just gently sort of brush over him and tell him it's all right and we can calm down. It's all good. We're here. And we've hopefully got the fix.
And as she says that, I'll walk up alongside Joffrey's bed, holding up the jar. Does the soul and or the fish thing inside seem like it's jumping around? Like
Not
it
so much
wants to?
jumping around, but more that it's sliding up one side of the bottle, like trying to get to where it wants to go.
Which is towards Joffrey?
It's kind of in his direction, yeah.
Sweet.
You're going to sit there and turn around and sort of use it as compass.
Yeah.
All right, make an insight check then. If you're going to sit down and figure out which direction it's trying to go in.
Yes,
11.
the dice punishment for dumb shit.
At least it's not a Constitution saving throw this time.
Yeah. An 11 for using the soul as a compass.
Okay. With an 11, you still manage to figure out that the soul is trying to get closer to Joff's body at this point. Like the more you move it towards it, it's like this fluid is roiling up the inside of this glass vial.
Wait, so I'm gonna walk up to Joffrey, just tilt his chin gently, make sure that his mouth is slightly open, and I'm gonna take the lid off the jar and slowly just kind of pour it over, allowing the soul to go into whichever receptacle it feels best.
Yeah,
I mean,
the shelf.
yeah, you're not going to shelve it, are you? Jesus. Okay, no, that's fine.
We were
So as
talking about it.
I know you were, but that was last week. This is this week. So as you pop the cork of this bottle and the little shimmering fish made of light inside it struggles to get out through the neck, you see it sort of push its way out of the bottle, and it's like it squeezes itself out, and it sort of goes plop onto Joffrey's chest, and you see it roil up towards his face and sort of sink into his mouth and nose, almost like a face hugger from Alien, but not as gross. And as you see it sink into his skin, Wayne sort of leans over your shoulder and he's watching you do this, and he goes, Is that him? Did you find him?
I sure hope so.
Okay. And Wayne is going to take Joffrey's hand and clutch it against his own chest and wait. Can I please get the two of you to make Arcana checks for me?
Can do.
That's a 7 from me.
I have to re-upload my sheet, don't I?
Don't worry about it right now. Just roll with
right.
whatever you've got currently. It should be sweet.
Yeah. I had an 8.
Okay. Unfortunately, neither of you two made the DC, so you don't quite understand what's happening at this point. But what you see is there seems to be a flush of colour roll up Joffrey's face. He had a very sort of intense, deathly sort of pallor to himself before. He doesn't seem to have that right now. As you see him inhale this thing and then continue to take a deep breath, and you hear him exhale, and his eyelids flutter for a split second before they open. And as his eyes open, Wayne grasps his brother's hand and pulls it closely to his chest, places his other hand upon his brother's forehead, and tries to look down into his eyes. And Wayne says, "Is that you, Joff? Is that you? Are you back?" And the Joffrey on the bed blinks once, twice, and then rolls himself over the side of the bed to vomit on the floor. As he does so, Wayne rubs his back, and as Joffrey is coughing and heaving his guts out, you hear him splutter out. Thanks, Reddies, for the dab. You hear him splutter out. Wayne, is that you? As he's taking these huge, ripping, heaving breaths. And you see Wayne's face crinkle into one of absolute relief as he pulls his brother to his chest and holds him. You guys have successfully returned Joffrey's soul to his body.
Yes.
Congratulations. Thank you for the resub, baby. That's awesome. Thank you so much. And as Master Erlet has watched you guys do this, he sort of sits back for a moment and he looks at you. He sort of shakes his head and he says, "I hoped you would do it, but I wasn't sure if you could. I'm very proud of you. Well done. How about we leave these two to get themselves together and we can talk out in the foyer. Come. Give them some privacy. Come on." Alright, so, what do you guys do here? Do you move forward with Master Erlot through to the foyer?
Yep.
Awesome. Sorry, I'm just, anybody in the chat, can you guys please tell me how my microphone sounds? I've got some weird bars coming up on my, my inputs. I'm just wanting to make sure, you guys aren't getting double ups of the, current voice situation that's happening right now. Okay, I'm going to assume that everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's all fine. We're fine. Okay, so as you two sort of are walked through the foyer with Master Erlot, he sort of stops you, Kinura, and he places his hand on your shoulder and he says, "Did you shed, Mistress Kinura? You look very shiny."
I have indeed, actually. Quite recently.
"Your scales are a beautiful colour."
Why, thank you. I do take pride in the shimmer of the copper. And I'd like to, as I'm saying this, sort of just gently flutter my wings and sort of bring attention to those.
As you do so, Master Urlot sort of turns around and he looks and his eyes widen and he goes, I never thought I'd see the day. You did it! Of course you did it! You went up to the heads, didn't you?
I did indeed.
Oh! And he's going to pull you into this big hug, or as big a hug as a shriveled raisin of a man can give you. And he squeezes you and he says, I'm so proud of you. It's been a long time since Skellig has had a proper dragon at the helm.
Well, I'm quite excited to sink my own claws in and expunge those evil ones.
Well, I hope you managed to. Anyway, I brought you out here because I wanted to ask you something. I gathered that you blew up the finger. What happened while you were out there? What went... Did you find anything? Did you see anything? I noticed your friend, Master Zane, isn't here.
He's travelled back to get a couple of more things from the garrison, but it's a shame you couldn't see him because I think you'd be just as surprised seeing him as you are me. He has I believe it's quite a gentle blue hue to him now, and he's got interesting things about him now that even he himself can't explain, so we're still trying to discover those things.
As you say, this Master Urlot sort of like, he's shaking his head, and then he starts nodding, and he shakes his head again, and he says, I would like to say I'm surprised. But I'm not. I'm just very pleased. Have you had... I'm sorry, Mr. Saviours, what was that?
You're not surprised at his transformation, him transforming?
My girl, when you've been around for as long as I have, and you've been the places I have, not much surprises you anymore.
I guess that's fair.
I just wanted to congratulate you all on the good work you've done here in Skellig. Although I did have word from Master Diana that some more of Ereldia's troops will be arriving to assist with the cleanup of the city. I will be over there as quickly as I can once I get my things together. I haven't seen Master Ereldia in a very, very long time. It'd be good to see her again. But I shall meet you hopefully at the garrison once we find Master Zane. And we can start putting the bricks back together and getting the people home. Skellig doesn't feel right being empty.
Master Erlen, I do have another inquiry.
Of course, my dear. What can I do for you?
Now, it was just sort of an offhand thought, but now that I have power over Skellig, you would argue that I'd be a patron of the sky now, yes?
Well, I mean, given that you've grown something that can help you take to the sky, I can't imagine that wouldn't be the case.
Have you any history with, say, a patron of the water? Because, well, you are surrounded by it here. I thought it would be interesting to research into that. Maybe myself and whoever is a patron of the water could, I don't know, work together a bit more or something. I mean, considering the previous dragon here was a foreboding presence, I'd actually like to give a bit more, zest to the area. Give it a bit more growth.
That's a wonderful idea, my dear. I like the idea. I'll have to do some reading, and hopefully we'll be able to find something out for you. I do recall that the old patron of the waters, I can't remember her name. Master Ereldia might know more, or you might be able to speak to Master Diana about it, because I'm pretty sure those two were here when King Arthur claimed the sword. They might be able to tell you more.
That would be excellent. Thank you for the direction, sir.
Not to worry, I'm just going to make myself a stiff drink and then I'll be out to tend to the wounded with the rest of you. Godspeed, be on your way. Oh, I will also let you know how our boys get on, as I'm sure you'll be very interested to hear.
Indeed.
Thank you, Master Erlot.
A pleasure, girls. Now go say hello to your friend Zane for me. And he sort of ushers you out the door. Alright, so...
As Snura's walking out the door,
Yes.
can I kind of dip back in and just say, Master Erlot, would you happen to know anything more about Mab?
It depends on what you want to know, young lady.
I'm trying to find her.
You see a sort of stillness come over his face, and can I get you to make an insight check?
Can do. 18.
Alright. You see him think about lying to you, and then he decides against it. As he says, I haven't seen her for nigh on 50 years, my dear. I wouldn't know where to start looking. But I might be able to give you some history on our lovely Fey Queen.
Anything would be appreciated.
Come and see me once the rest have gone to bed. It's best to talk about this sort of thing at night.
Okay, I will. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure, Master Aelorith. I shall see you soon.
And you too.
As he turns around and walks back into the rest of the guardhouse. What would you like to do here, you two?
I guess
I'm
get back.
just thinking about it. Hang on.
Thinking.
Am I able? Do my wings have a whistle on them that I can activate as like a like you know how stuff whistles when it falls from the sky and just dive bombs and
What, like
stuff
the,
like that?
Like the Stuka bombers.
Yeah, well, I was like almost like a Stuka, but I was thinking more of like, the vortex whistling throwing
the
things.
mega howlers.
Yeah, the mega howlers.
Yes, I love those things.
Yeah, vortex.
Yeah, you have to be in the air to activate that.
That's
Kinera.
fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Because I was just thinking about like that could always be my signature thing. Everybody knows that I'm here. So
I
like,
mean-
if they don't see me on the ground, they can definitely hear me from the sky.
First of all, that's the fattest cock move I've ever heard. Third of all, yes, we can definitely talk about that.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
All right, so you two make your way out to the rest of the garrison. You're seeing lots of activity around you. There's people carrying baskets of stuff, like sacks of things, loading them up onto trailers, and there's just lots of industry about you here. What would you like to do?
Ooh.
Do you want to head back to Zane?
What's the hospitals around here? Are we able to go visit and maybe? provide
Yep.
some-
So they've
provide
set
a
up.
hand?
Yeah. So they've set up the field hospital on the landing and in the docks, in the service docks. So I will take you guys there just now. Hold on.
Yeah. I think it's just a good idea because I think most of the people who are still alive would have been brought in by now.
Mm-hmm.
Just having a look at how they're recovering.
Alright, so I'm just going to activate this one. I'm just going to go pee. I'll be right back. Ugh.
Oh yeah.
I really want to see if the bandaging they're using is different since I donated the web.
Oh.
If they've been able to sort of fashion that into a more effective
better
bandaging.
bandage.
Yeah, that's what I want to
be
see.
able to use our. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Smart.
Oh, how do I upload a character sheet?
Onto this.
Yeah, because I
So,
need this stuff updated.
Yeah. I'm not sure how you bring up the character sheet without your character actually on the screen. But when you do, you're gonna have to. You don't actually upload character sheets into this. You create it through the virtual tabletop system itself.
Okay.
I can run through with you how to get that all updated with you because I struggled a little bit and found out how to do it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Something like
How do I- Oh, there we go.
Okay. Right. So.
Oh, there's the import data thing.
Yep.
Is that it?
Oh, is there?
Yeah. But that's from a JSON file.
Oh, that'll be for modules.
Yeah.
Ah. Alright, you guys are going to have to be a little bit patient with me. I haven't imported lots of things.
That's fine.
good.
I just
go
wanted
do-
to Yeah, just wanted to look at how I would update my attributes.
Oh, we can do that in the break.
Yep, that's fine. Because, I mean, we're not going to be able to... We don't need to really use that stuff just yet. And I can always just do it off of the sheet itself as well.
Yep. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, because that insight was actually a +6, so I would have got a 14.
That's fine. You were very close anyway. Right, so. Okay, so as you guys approach the service docks of Skellig, you guys see, I've only populated it with very few people at the moment, but you kind of get the idea. There's a lot of people around. There's a lot of injured villagers and people being directed various places and all this other sort of stuff. And as you guys approach the docks, a familiar, short, stocky woman spots you and comes hustling over to you quite quickly. And you see Master Ereldia sort of like making her way intently towards you through the throngs of people. And as she sees you, Ayla, she points her finger and she goes, You! And as she gets closer to you, she just sweeps you up in the kind of hug that only a small, buxom woman can give when she's very, very happy to see you. She kind of picks you up a little bit, gives you a big squeeze, and drops you back down and does the same to you, Kinura. And she sort of stands back, grabs you both by the hand, and she says, I'm so pleased you made it out all right. I heard about what happened. Master Diana filled me in. Thank you for the work you've done. If you hadn't done what you did, I would have far more dead bodies to clean up and far less holes to patch. You did a great job. You did a great job. I'm so proud of you. Where's Zane? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I have to go and deal with the rest of the bodies. Oh, hang on. Hold on, Kinura. Your vision is always 0. Why is it always 0?
I'm blind, motherfucker!
I'm blind.
Legally blind.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's not my job to be blind yet.
It's not your job to be blind. The person whose job it is to be blind isn't here yet, so he'll be joining a little bit later on, hopefully.
Is he still blind with his new roles?
You'll have to ask him.
It's like 5 feet.
I'd just like to ask a question before Aurelia. Have we received shipments from Brigantia yet for supplies, medical supplies?
That's what's just coming in now. Okay. So this is why they're all at the service docks. They're sort of unpacking the people and the things that they need to use to bring the town back together. Yeah. So that's why Aurelia is here. And as you guys are chatting about this and you're asking Aurelia about the shipments and that sort of thing, she sort of notices a very tall, very slim young man who's helping some of the other nurses and some of the other Brigantia Arcane Division unloading things and having a quiet talk to Master Diana. And Aurelia yells out, Pod, I don't know if you've met these two yet. Come on over and say hello.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you.
What was your name, sorry?
My name's Podva.
Podva? Oh, where are you from?
Oh, well, not really from anywhere, but this here, this lovely lady is my mother.
Aurelia sort of gives Pod a gentle shove and she says, I was about to introduce you, Pod.
Oh,
You're out here stealing my thunder.
It's not my fault. You introduced me too late.
As Pod says this, Aurelia looks over to you, Ella, and she rolls her eyes and she says, Boys, he's just like his father, honestly. Anyway, this is my son, Podva. I'm sorry you haven't met him yet. He's been away on assignment. He's one of the best field medics in the kingdom, aren't you, dear Poddy? And she sort of slaps you on the shoulder, Roonies.
No, not Poddy, no. I'm not supposed to say that. Not in front of others.
Oh, don't worry about these two.
Alright. It's, we won't use that one, it's alright. We'll just use Podva, dear Poddy.
That,
Anyway, Pod, I'm going to go and help Diana with unpacking the rest of the arcane supplies. Are you alright with, actually, Mistress Taylor with Mistress Kanura, I'm sorry if it's an imposition, but could I trouble you to look after my son for a little while? It's just, he's,
I just stare at my mum, just...
He's not been to Skellig before, and, potentially needs a bit of a walk around and showing some of the areas to look most at, and he probably needs some direction as to who to talk to about getting supplies, so you might need to get him to speak to Gordon, and some of the other folk, that sort of thing. Would that be alright, just while the rest of us are unpacking all the things to put up to the field hospital?
I mean, well, we did just slay a dragon. I'm sure babysitting duty couldn't be too hard.
It's not babysitting. Have you seen how tall he is? He's 6'4", by the way.
on.
He's 6'4".
I'm looking
I'm
down.
just gonna look at him with my dragon eyes and be like, bitch, you is a baby. Bitch, you is a baby.
I'm looking down like, yeah, go on, try it.
Aveldia puts her hand on your shoulder, Kanura, and she sort of like grips it gently and she says, it's not babysitting. It's just, I trust you to show him the right things.
We would be more than happy to do that for you, dear.
Thank you. All right. Yes. If you could go and find Captain Gordon and get him to come over to the service docks immediately, as I need him to sort of help direct us to where we should be putting this field hospital to be of the most use. Podvar, my love, and she's going to sort of like straighten up your tunic and your chainmail and sort of tug a couple of things and go, be good.
Just lifting up her arms, yeah.
Be good. These two ladies are some of the finest warriors you'll ever meet. Let them teach you something, please.
I look over to them, sizing them up, like trying to figure out, the weapons, the gear. I'm like, okay.
Make an insight check, Rennies.
Sure. Where was that at?
So you can either roll your own
First
physical
roll.
dice, or you can roll whatever dice rolls you feel. If you're, if you want to cheat and say things, you'll just get punished for it. So I trust you to say the right stuff.
I'll just go, D&D on. Oops, somewhat bad.
Yep. So you can actually roll in Foundry. So if you just go.
Oh, where's that? Yeah,
Yep, so,
I'll roll that then.
it's a little.
There's a chat.
Yeah, the
Public
chat.
roll.
So, yep.
How do I do it?
Yep. So you go
Slash.
/R space 1d20, and then for you, your wisdom is. So your insight's a +4. So you go 1d20 plus 4, and so
19.
Yeah,
There you go.
so 19. With a 19, Podvar, you can see that Kanura and Aelerith, despite looking very beaten up and tired, after their huge battle the day before yesterday, you can see that there is sort of a steely glint in both of their eyes, and they both carry themselves in a way that suggests if you were to fuck with them, if you were to fuck around, you would find out.
Fair.
Yeah.
That's my favorite thing is the F around, find out graph.
Yeah,
the more you F
the more you
around,
fuck around,
the more you're gonna find out.
Yeah, that's pretty much the sense you get from these two, Podvar. You sense that they might seem like two very polite and gentle young women, but at the same time, you've never seen a dragonborn before.
Yeah, I was looking. Yeah, that's what I was looking at before.
And Aelerith has some sort of strange ethereal quality about it that you can't quite put your finger on yet.
Okay.
But Aurelia's going to kiss her hand, place her hand on your cheek and say, go on then, have fun, I'll take care of this. Be back by dinner time though.
Alright, cool. See ya. And then I guess I'm left with you two.
Mm-hmm.
Where shall we go first? Because I have no idea where we're going. This is my first time technically here.
I guess we should go find Gordon. Nero, do you think he'd be at the pub right now? Would that be a safe bet?
I mean, it's pretty safe considering we've just been through a fair bit, and I think we should be there too. Maybe we'll sit down, have a bit of a chat over some drinks, just get you situated. Who knows?
Sounds like a plan. Let's head there. Podvar, follow us. We'll show you the way.
Sure.
Sweet.
I really, really, really want to do the handshake where you spit on your hand, except mine's acid.
I mean, if you want to, we can do that. This is the
I'm
fuck
just gonna
around,
look
find
up
out
the
scale.
stats on my breath.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a breath weapon. It would be spit weapon, maybe.
Yeah, so everything
Okay.
would probably be halved or something.
It'd be no. I'm gonna say it's quartered.
quartered.
Yeah.
Okay. Frick yeah, let's do that. I want to do that. So, to roleplay that, I'm gonna go, right, Podvar, yeah.
Inside check.
I mean, if you want to make an insight check, you can. One less fucking dice, boy, let's go.
That's like the most biggest like thing. Podvar, just wait a minute.
Hang on a second.
So what is it? /roll?
It's /roll space 1d20 plus 4 for you for your insight.
Plus 4.
Yep.
19 again. She's planning something.
with a 19 Podvar, you look at Kinura, who by the way is a Dragonborn. You've never met a Dragonborn before, not at least like you've seen them in passing throughout your history, but you've never met one up close and personal. So with a 19, you get the sense that like she wants to try something, you just don't know what it is. You get the sense that like something's about to happen, but you don't know what it is. Because it's not like, yeah. So even though you got a 19, because her facial expressions and her facial structure are so markedly different from what you're used to seeing, you see the same glint in the eye of like, I'm gonna do a prank, but the rest of the facial expression doesn't give away much more than that.
Prank.
No.
I'm kind of looking like, are you sure this ain't gonna hurt me?
Oh, come on. I mean, if you're gonna hang out with us, you know, it's a little introductory sort of a thing, you know, just casual spit on the hand, clap. It's just, you know, an unspoken contract that we're gonna be on each other's terms, you know.
I didn't hear a promise.
He did it to me when we first met. Don't worry, it only burns a little bit.
Oh, okay. So it is like fire or something, isn't it? Okay.
I mean,
I do it, but then I stare at her. Intimidation.
so am I rolling for damage?
Roll a d4.
Gotcha.
It's like an intimidation
At a
check.
2.
Kind of is. Okay, so explain
It
to me
just
what happens,
sizzles.
Kinura, as you spit into your hand and shake his.
So as I spit into my hand, it doesn't really have much effect because I'm quite, well, I've got quite hard skin. I am
scaly
scaled.
bitch. You're a
I'm
scaly
a scaly
bitch.
bitch. So it's not really going to do anything. It's not going to smoke or anything, but would you say Podvar's wearing gloves?
He is, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to shake his hand in a way that it conceals the sort of smoke from sizzling on the leather. And then I'm just going to look at his hand as I pull it away and watch what happens to his hand.
What I want more is like, what sort of pretense do you offer this young man as you hold your hand out to him? Do you say, I want to introduce myself properly?
I'll say, no, I can see you haven't interacted with dragons much, but our toothy smiles, I promise they mean something good, darling. And I'm going to sort of look directly into him, see through him, and just gently pull my lips up and go, welcome.
Do you hold your hand out at the same? Do you hold your hand out at the same time?
Hell yeah.
All right.
I'm looking. I'm like, I shake it. I do shake it, so I do take the 2 damage. I'm like, does this mean I'm accepted?
It means that we agree to be on each other's terms. So I guess that's acceptance of some degree.
I
He
don't mind
hasn't
that.
killed you yet, so you've got that going for you.
I am quite hungry.
You know, it's like food, like the amount of like fish there is in the water. Look, there's an ocean.
Podvar's just like he's a pragmaticist. He's just like, I see what you're trying to do, but like I don't understand it. Does Podvar have autism?
No. He knows exactly what she's trying to do. She's trying to mess with him, but he's just like shaking off, like, yeah, I'm gonna point the conversation in a different direction every time she tries something.
All right. Okay.
I mean,
so,
that's pretty good.
that's pretty good.
I've never acted with a dragonborn, but it's like, yeah, it's kind of like human nature when it comes to those sort of things, like pranks and that.
I mean, it's just yeah.
Yeah, it's
It's
pranks, but I
pretty well,
can't. The
baby.
facial expressions are straight.
Okay.
Segue.
So, moving on from this little thing, you take your 2 points of damage, Podvar.
Yes.
And you see the stinking smoke of your leather gloves going up, and there's a hole in the middle of them. And you turn around to look at Aelorith and Kinura. What are you two doing as you see Podvar just do this and say the stuff.
I really just sort of like let my hand fall to my side, but freeze my face and continually just look through here with my teeth and go, all right, you passed the test. Let's go.
Okay. Good.
I'm just gonna nudge Nura in the side and be like, "You're gonna scare him off."
Just look at him. He's fine. He handled it well.
I hope so.
You know I'm right here, right? Just like right behind him, like, you know I can hear this.
You might be able to hear it, but that does not mean
his,
that we can't do
his
it.
passive perception's quite high, so.
Now, not
so-
to you.
Yeah, bounce you, man.
All right, where would you guys like to go from here?
To the pub.
To the pub.
To the pub,
To the
mate.
Skellig quarters. We go.
We're on Spoko. So leave us alone.
Leave us alone. We're on Smoko. Leave us alone. All right, so Kanura, Aelirith, and Podvar, you guys make your way. They lead you through the streets here, Podvar. They are waved to by pretty much every single person they pass. You're following behind these two young women as people are coming up to shake their hands and clap them on the shoulder and give their thanks. Aelirith and Kanura, what do you guys do as the townspeople are sort of heaping adoration and thanks and praise upon you?
I think I'll approach actually the bar and request a drink, then turn around and go, hey! And hold it up and just let it all soak in.
All right. You
Specifically
hear
an apple cider.
Okay, you hear a resounding cheer of "Hey!" go up, and the bartender sort of looks at you and says, "Your one's free, but someone has to pay for the rest." he
Sounds
sort
like
of
a them
he
problem.
shrugs. I'm a businessman.
Business is business, darling. I'll take that.
So am I putting them on your tab or?
You can put them on Gordon's tab, I think.
I think Gordon will, he'll be quite alright with that, don't you think?
The bar,
Says
the
like
barkeeper,
two eyes like looking at me.
the barkeeper like shrugs and he goes, honestly, wouldn't make that much difference. His tab's so high anyway. No problem. I'll pour around for everyone. And as he says that, the chair goes up again of "Hey!" And the guards people and the various characters within this pub all sort of cheer. They raise their points up to you guys and they take a big slug, and the atmosphere returns to one of like hurt and damaged relief. Like everyone's really exhausted, everyone's been hurt in some way. They've lost things, friends, family, etc., but the overall era of this place is like, thank fuck that shit's over, now it's time to rebuild. So everyone's talking about what they're going to be doing, what their plans are for the future, what they're going to do once their families come home, etc. What are the three of you doing at this point?
I think we're gonna find the table where Gordon is and go take a seat if he's here. Can we look for him?
Can we see him here?
Yep, make a perception check.
Can do.
Both make one. That's not good. 11.
I got a 12.
Together you guys pass the DC for that one. You find him, he's hidden in a back corner of the pub actually, in a very dark spot. But you guys, after both looking around and asking the bartender where he might be, the bartender he's busy cleaning something, he sort of points to his elbow and he says, might be best to take it quietly with him. He's had a rough one today.
Can do. Thank you for the heads up.
He nods and carries on with what he was doing.
Alright, I guess we'll take our drinks and go sort of quietly move over there and pull out a chair.
Yep, can you see where he is on the map, Kanura?
Yeah, can do.
Yep, awesome.
He's up here.
So as Gordon sees you guys approach, he sort of lifts his head up to you, and you see much the same with Wayne in Master Urlot's quarters. His eyes are ringed with red and he's been crying, and in front of him are a crowd of empty pints, a couple of empty plates, and a scroll of parchment.
I'm gonna try and usher the rest of our party in, and if I were to sit, because this is sort of in a little almost like a
alcove.
dig out section,
Yeah, it is.
right?
Yeah.
Is it possible for me to sort of sit with my back to the rest and sort of spread my wings and have a bit more privacy or something?
I mean, make a perception check at advantage here, buddy.
Can do. Alright, my first was 11.
Is that your highest?
Yes.
Okay. With an 11, given that you guys made your way over here after not spotting him for a while, you think that maybe spreading your wings isn't necessarily going to be necessary here. You're in a dark, enclosed corner. The door to the side is shut, and there's no people sitting immediately around you either. So you are probably more than likely able to sit here and have a quiet, private conversation.
Cool. Usher everyone in. Sit down, sit down.
And as you guys sit down around him, Gordon sort of looks up at you, at both of you, and he says, "Well, eh? How's that for a fight? You did really well. I'm very proud of you both. And the rest of your party. I'm really sorry about your young man, Jugal. We've all lost someone, I think, this time around." And you see his bottom lip start to shake as a fresh set of tears rolls down his face.
I don't. This is really difficult to navigate.
You see him place his hands in front of him on the table, and they're shaking.
Am I able to sort of gently take his hands and warm them up?
Yep.
For him?
Yep. As you take his hand, Kinura, you feel him squeeze your hand back, and he says, "I'm sorry to be so upset, young lady. It's just, well, my boy got hurt. He's over at the field hospital at the moment. I'm not sure if he's going to make it out. He got hit by some falling masonry once the dragon came over. I don't know if he's all right."
We will go and check on him. We're heading to the hospitals later to help with the recovery effort, but Captain, it's been a day of triumph and a day of sadness. And you will work through it as you must. If you cannot visit him, we will go for you. We will seek him personally. I will seek him personally, and I will attend to him. I promise you that. I promise you. And I'd like to squeeze his hands just as I finish up.
He squeezes your hand back, and he sort of tilts his head down and he sobs. And he says, "It's my fault my boy was there. I should have sent him away with his mum, but he told me he wanted to stay and help me fight. I'm sure I'm not the only one who's had someone hurt and been worried. I'm just..." And as he says this, he sort of wipes his nose and wipes his eyes and sort of straightens up a little bit, and he says, "But you're right, my scaly young friend. I've got to be strong for my boy, right? I've got to be strong for my boy."
You will take your strengths as you need it. I promise you it is okay. It's okay to rest. You've been through it just as much as many others have. You need your rest. Will you promise me to take your rest?
"I will. I've been waiting on the shipment of the supplies from Brigantia to come in on the service docks before I could make a decision and go and see my son.
I think Ereldir was talking about them just arriving.
The shipment will be due soon.
So, hold on a minute. Ereldir's here.
Indeed.
Yes, we saw her down at the docks.
Oh, thank the stars and the gods above. My son's got a chance then. Do they need my help? Do they need any help setting up or getting things right and pointed in the right direction and that sort of thing?
I think you are required there, but if you need a moment to gather yourself, we'll happily go with you.
You see him sort of like half stand up from the table and wipe his big broad hands across his face and just sort of like give himself a little slap, and you see him take a deep breath in and go, "No, I've been sitting here in my cups for long enough. I'm gonna head down to the service dock. It's been a while since I've seen Master around here, so it's best to go down and help her. That's the best way to help my boy and not get in the way. If you need anything, I'll be down there. But I'm sure there's others around the place, especially Mother Tilly, who might need some help going forward. We're just trying to coordinate everything and get it all running smoothly, but I couldn't while I was too worried about my son. But now that Master Heraldi is here, we might have a bit of a shining light of hope, I suppose. And he's going to grab your hand, Kinura, and your hand, Aelorith, and give them a big squeeze and say, thank you for what you've done for my boy and what you've done for Skellig. We couldn't have done it if you weren't here.
I'm gonna say back, we couldn't have done it without the townspeople as well. This isn't just a victory for our party, but for the whole town.
Well, many hands make light work, eh?
Indeed.
Right you are, my love.
He sort of smiles at that. He says, right you are, my love. Thank you for the follow, Mrs. Faze. Appreciate it. And as you guys say that, he stands up and pushes his chair back from the table, and he goes to head out the door. And as he does so, the bartender sort of sticks out his hand, and he goes, Captain, and then Gordon's like, I'll deal with it later. I'm off, I'm busy. And you see the bartender's hand fall back down to his side, and he sort of... Right. Well, and you see him go to start collecting the mugs and that sort of thing around the table that Gordon had been sitting at. And as he does so, he turns around to look at the rest of you and says, I don't know what you did to get him up and moving, but I've been trying to do that for the last 2.5 hours to go and see his boy. You lot certainly have a way with things, I'll give you that much.
That's what we're here for.
Well, Skellig wouldn't have made it through in as much of one piece as it can be without you, so my thanks to you, the lot of you. Your rooms are free. I won't take a penny from you.
You've done us a kindness, sir.
Well, you've done us a kindness yourselves. Although I would recommend going on and catching up with Captain Gordon, because he's been drinking here for about 2.5 hours and has had about 10 pints, so he might need a bit of help getting towards the docks, if you catch my drift.
I think we can do that.
Right, you are, my love. On you go. Go on.
Alright, let's head out after Gordon then.
Alright, so you guys are heading out after Captain Gordon. Can I get the three of you to make a perception check, please, as you guys come out of the building?
It's a set from me.
Sure. One D20, right?
Yep. So your stats should be there.
10.
I got a 4.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't plus anything, so no, it doesn't. Oh wait, what's the plus?
So your plus, if you click on your character sheet, it should all be there for you.
Yeah, hold on. What is it? Perception?
Yep.
Plus
so
4, so it's 14.
14.
14.
Okay. With a 14, as your highest one, you guys don't spot him. He's kind of like carried on straight out of this building, and it's been gone for long enough that you guys can't spot where he's gone from there. What would you like to do?
He runs quick.
Mm-hmm. Where did he direct us to? I don't recall.
He would have gone towards the docks.
I think back where my mum is to help out, didn't they?
Hmm.
I guess we should head back towards the docks and see if we can see him along the way.
Let's go. For the kindness of what the bartender did for us.
Hmm.
As we're walking, am I able to cast Detect Thoughts and specifically try and reach out to find Gordon?
Yep, you can. Roll a d20 for me.
Can do. That's a 12.
You reach out with your detect thoughts, and all you can sense of Captain Gordon is a faint trace of the smell of beer, leading you roughly in the direction of the service docks.
Okay. I think he has made it somewhat to the docks, guys, so let's head there and hurry.
Sounds good. We don't want to see him face down in a ditch on the way, so we must make haste.
Alright, so you guys managed to make your way back through the town. You managed to reach the service docks just in time to see one of the large ships pulling into the harbour. There is a hustle and bustle of loads of activity everywhere. Let me just populate the map a little bit to give you guys an idea of the scope of this. Alright, so you guys are seeing a huge boat pull into dock. Everyone's sort of like helping to unload it and that sort of thing. And as you guys approach out through the small alleyway that you guys come through to reach the face of the dock, you see Gordon standing with Diana and Areldia, talking to them both.
I guess we'll approach and see where our hands can be directed. I mean, we are here to help.
Okay, so as you guys approach here, you see the three of them stop their conversation and turn around to greet you. Podvar, as you approach Areldia, she sort of comes up a little bit further towards you and sort of nudges you and she says, "How'd it go? Did you? I saw you found him, but what do you think of Skellig? It's a strange little city, eh?"
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, I've got to like point the glove at her. So like, yeah, very good party.
She spots the hole that's been eaten away in your glove, and she sort of laughs and she looks at you, Kenya, and she said, "Did you try that spit check thing that Zane told me about?"
Well, I mean, can you blame me?
And she sort of laughs and shakes her head and she says, "No, I can't. He's a strong boy, but he's green when it comes to certain things. He's never seen someone of your ilk before, I'm sure."
Well, I'm sure I'm a prime example to give my people a good word.
And she sort of nods her head and she says, "I couldn't agree more. But actually, you people are the ones I just wanted to see. We've just had a sending from Merlin."
What does he have to say?
Let me, and she's going to dig through her sort of belt pouch and pull out a piece of parchment paper that's got a message that looks very hastily scrawled. And it says, "Tell party good job, return to city, post haste, new mission awaits," and then X Merlin.
Oh, he left us a little kiss.
Oh.
And then after reading that out to you, Aurelia says, "Well, I suppose you've done quite a lot of work for him, so you should have some money in the coffers after this, I would imagine."
I would hope so.
I would hope so.
Yes, I would also hope so. You've done quite a lot down here. But I'm going to be here for a while myself, helping Diana and Gordon coordinate the repair and relief effort, so...
I do have a question.
Yes, of course, Kinura. What is it?
I dropped off some rather useful things. I believe it was spider web that was particularly viscous, good adhesive, you know. Have you managed to incorporate that into bandages or something else? I'd just love to know.
Diana sort of looks at you and she says, "Oh, so you're the one who sent it?" "No, actually, we incorporated that into developing a new kind of glue. Which I suppose can be used for bandages. But don't worry, Areldia's made good use of it. We're still trying to find a way to synthesize it, so we haven't got much left, but don't you worry, it's being put to good use. The biggest minds at the school in the city are working on it, so thank you for your dedication, and thank you for your contribution."
My pleasure.
Diana's going to incline her head towards you, Kinura. So, I suppose this might be the end of your time in Skellig for a short while anyway. Although I'd recommend
Sarah will be back.
taking full advantage of the party that's going to be happening later. Because as far as I've heard from the guardsmen, and she's Aurelia's going to nudge Gordon as she says this, they're planning to, I believe the quote was, send you out with a bang?
Ooh.
So my recommendation would just be to not drink too much and try to make your way back to your beds before the sun comes up.
I mean, that's as good as advice as any.
I thought so. Pod, you stay with them. We've got things under control here. Plus, the more time you spend around people, it's a learning experience.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I need to explore the place anyway, so yeah, fair.
Don't worry, Pod. I'll send for you if I need you. And out of character, I'm just going to go for a wee because I am an 85-year-old woman. I'll be back in a second.
Dang, no super fancy bandages.
Dang, bruh. My
Just the
first thought actually would be corn. Breaking down corn, pressing all of the moisture you can out of it, because I'm pretty sure corn is like cornstarch and like corn, like the corn syrup. It's you get that on your hands. Oh baby, oh baby.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure corn syrup is pretty like sticky.
That
or something like
Tree sap.
Yeah,
tree sap or what is it? It's before it's refined into golden syrup. Molasses.
Ah, yeah.
Getting
Like
molasses.
Real thick and viscous.
Real thick
Yeah.
and viscous, yeah.
Yeah.
And even if it wasn't quite like on bandages, even if it was like a temporary suture until you could get proper bandaging, or as like a suture and then bandage over it or something, I think that'd be interesting.
Is this Kinura saying this to Pod in character?
Discussing the viscosity of things.
Probably.
I think it's just me and Ayla like discussing it.
We have an girls in STEM meeting.
Yeah, girls in STEM meeting.
So Podvar, after hearing these two discuss this, what's your input, being someone who's like the head of the healing corps?
Oh no, I said before that tree sap might be a decent way
that's
to
right.
heal.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
so I was in the conversation. Yeah.
I think maybe it'd have to be particular trees, and well, you know, you could grow lots of corn, things like that, and
During the what was the Fey storm, I believe it was. Do trees have changed properties due to their magic going depleted, or is it all the same?
I wouldn't know.
I think that's actually
Because I haven't
interesting
really
to look
explored much. I was sorry to go on my own past here, but I was mostly on the battlefield for most of things. The only thing I know is mostly healing properties, but we only use those for, you know, the end result. I haven't really tested much of the beginning of how bandages are made. But during the whole war, you know, bandages and stuff have been less and less, so if you can get a new way to make them, you're probably better off. Might even find a better way.
I think that's definitely
Our kids
an
in
interesting thing
STEM!
to make headway
Our
into.
kids in STEM! Alright, welcome back, Lores. I was actually just about to message you on Discord saying that we're running and we're ready when you are, so... as you guys are standing around discussing the merits of tree sap as field medicine, you guys hear a thudding clank as a set of footsteps comes running towards you. And you see Zane make his way through this short alleyway on his way out to the service docks. Zane, you've been at the garrison getting some stuff together, but you've returned to the party now. Just to give you a little bit of a fill-in, there have been big shipments of both people, supplies, and magicians and that sort of thing to Skellig from Brigantia to help them with the to aid with the rebuild effort and sort of helping people put things back together. And oh yes, new dog. New dog. Excellent.
Oh, woof.
Woofers.
Woofers! It's a puppy. To those of you fresh in the chat, Laura's got himself a brand new dog yesterday.
Brand spanking new.
Brand spanking
Look
new.
at the
He's got a little jacket on. He's got a little jacket.
Oh, he's very... oh, that's a
Actually-
puppy. His hands are
actually-
like in the air.
that reminds me, guys. Do you remember the Hick Hounds?
Yeah, who has ownership over those now?
I was just about to ask that. Who would like ownership over the Hick Hounds? Because we're going to need to retcon a little bit of story stuff here. Yes, you can take ownership over the Hick Hounds. But just quickly, Zane, I want you to give me a roleplay situation of what happened after Juggle passed away and you guys buried him, and the Hick Hounds were looking for him. What did you do?
I'd like to incorporate in the nod that he gave me just as he was about to pass. So when he nodded, I took that as, you know, look after the little ones and, you know, take care of business that I left behind for me.
Alright.
And that's why I was just silent and he was silent and we just understood what the other was saying.
Okay, excellent. So yeah, you have your Hick Hounds now, Flores. Which are basically, I think, because you don't have Find Familiar or anything like that, they're a little bit useless for you right now. But you do still have 2 small dogs that you take care of. So just add that to your character sheet and we'll work out something for that later on. Sorry, going back to the main bit here. You guys hear a clank, 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 and you see Zane appear from the short alleyway. And can you Ereldia spots you, Zane, and lifts up her hand in greeting. And she comes over to say hello to you and give you a big hug. And as she does so, after she pulls away from the hug, she sort of looks at you and she says, "You've clearly been eating well in Skellig because you're much bigger than you were last time I saw you."
Oh, I only ate once and that was with my mother. Yeah.
I'm going to need you to make a deception check here, Lores.
Well, aren't I telling the truth? I'm confused.
No, you
Inside check.
You are. I'm just going to roll something here to see if Ereldia picks up on what you're putting down.
I rolled a 9 plus 2, that's 11.
What's 9 plus 10?
Only one.
I did this as a public roll so you guys could see.
Yeah, that's pretty epic.
Ereldia has you fucking pegged, Zane. She sort of narrows her eyes and she looks at you and she goes, "Huh. With your mother, eh? That must have been a nice reunion."
It was a good, needed reunion. Yeah.
Well, I'm happy to hear it. Give her my regards when you see her next.
Sure thing.
Oh, I need to introduce you to my son. Pod, this way.
Oh, come in. I'm going everywhere today.
And Zane, you see a very tall, very lanky young man who looks a little bit younger than you approach you and sort of stand next to Ereldia. The funniest part is Ereldia is about like maybe 5'2", 5'3". Her son standing next to her is a good 6'4", so like a full foot taller than she is.
Yeah.
Pod and Zane, what do you two do as you gaze upon each other for the first time?
I feel like I'm kind of also sizing him up as well. But like, I get the feeling I'm like, yeah, you say hi.
Hi.
I'm like, hi.
Would you two like to explain to each other what you look like? Just
Sure
quickly,
thing.
just for flavor stuff.
I am a big looking human, around 6'2". But I've got a bluish tinge to my skin. And look human, but not. If that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
You kind of guess I was human, but something ain't right, I guess.
Gotcha. I am human. I am 6'4". I'm definitely human. You can tell. Brown hair, black hair, brown eyes, white, and I am I'm 6'4", but I've really I guess I'm not skinny, but I'm not real muscly either.
Oh yeah.
But you can definitely tell I'm wearing plate mails. It's hidden, but not. You can definitely see it.
My I'm wearing plate as well, but it kind of looks kind of frosted as well.
Gotcha.
So I've got these two incredibly tall dudes standing here looking
We're just staring at each other.
Yeah.
I am intimidated, but not really.
But not really.
I'm pretending to be intimidated just to
Like,
boost the ego.
so scary.
Whoa, you're so scary.
Okay, so Zane, Pod, you guys have met each other, and Aurelia sort of looks between you two, and she says, "I would have thought the reunion would have been much sweeter than this. You two used to play together when you were tiny children."
I look at my mum with like a strange frown. What?
Do you not remember?
Oh.
No, I don't remember. I'm like looking at his face like, no.
And she sort of shakes her head and she goes, "Pod, he used to come and see me almost every month if I'm getting into one scrape or another."
I don't know. I don't really remember.
Oh well, it matters not. Anyway,
Did
good
he used
see
to
you
play
again,
in the
Zane.
dirt with the ants and the sticks?
Kinda. I don't remember that far back.
I vaguely remember him. Pretty sure he ate a lot of those ants. But
Okay, what I'm going to get you guys to do here is I'm going to get you both to roll a history check for me. At advantage, both of you.
3, 9. Let me add my modifier real quick. 3, 9, 3. I got a 0, yeah, so it's a 3, 9. And no modifiers.
And disadvantage, so another one, right?
No, at advantage. So yeah, roll.
Oh, yeah, so
roll twice.
16 plus what? History check?
Yeah, so your history is a
0, so 16.
Alright, so Pod, you vaguely remember a kid that had the same shaped nose as this man standing in front of you, and the same sort of sticky uppy brown hair. And you feel like you've seen him quite a lot when he was much, much younger before you went away on assignment with your dad. But it's a very, very vague memory. And Zane, you recognize the color of the man's eyes standing in front of you, that sort of deep chocolate brown, but you don't remember much else. And as Aurelia is sort of like watching you two sort of case each other out, she sort of like sighs and shakes her head and she goes, "Honestly, can't get them to remember anything by themselves without pointing them in the right direction." Anyway, Zane, as I was just telling your lovely party members over this way, Merlin summoned you back. I'm just going to clap you on the clap you on the sort of elbow, Zane, and sort of grasp you for a moment and say, "I'm very proud of you. Well done." But
Thank you.
as always, duty calls, and I'm here with the rest of the various other arcane divisions and everyone else to try and get this place ship-shape as quickly as possible. So I'm going to be here for a while. If you need anything on your way back to Brigantia, see Mom Dagda. She'll point you in the right direction. But first go and see Merlin. I imagine he's got several fat coin pouches awaiting you. Back in the city.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
Actually, Zane, Ellerith, can I speak with you a moment? I'm just going to drag the three of you over to a sort of quieter area. So just over here. As everyone else is sort of hustling and bustling around you. She sort of takes you aside and she says, "Now I know this is a big ask. But my son needs some better field experience. The last time he went out into the field, he was the sole survivor. He needs people around him who can give him his confidence back in himself. Would it be alright if you took him with you on your next adventure? I've already
Can
asked
he
Merlin
walk?
if that's possible. I'm sorry, Zane, what was that?
Can he walk?
Yes, he can walk.
Can he hit?
Yes, he can hit.
Is he self-sufficient?
Well, given that he's the head of the combat medic brigade back in Brigantia, I can imagine he can take care of himself.
Who is he? You can come.
Don't worry. I've already given him the handshake.
Zane, she
I've
means
been staring him down for the past 2 minutes.
Zane, she means the acid spit handshake that she did as a prank on you when you guys first met.
Oh, yeah? Maybe that's why I'm blind. I rubbed that into my...
Thank you, Zane. I appreciate your candor. I wouldn't ask if I didn't think it was going to be good for him. He's been, not himself since he came back, so...
Okay.
What about you two, young ladies? Would it be alright if you took him with you? He's a strong boy, he's a fast learner.
Many hands make light work. I'm sure he'll help us in one way or another.
And Will have already picked his mind, and he seems quite acquainted with things, so I'm sure he'll be useful.
Good. Thank you. Just to help you convince him, as he can be quite obstinate. She's going to unfurl a piece of parchment from inside her jacket, and she holds it out to the rest of you, and it is a signed and sealed writ and warrant of commission for Podvar, saying, by order of Merlin, you are called to the task of defending Avalon and Brigantia. Which, if you guys remember, was much the same letter that you were sent inviting you here in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And with it comes a gold coin, much the same as you guys have. And she hands it out to all three of you. I got this one officially written up. Well, I didn't write it up. Merlin did, but I think if this is going to be the thing that convinces him to come with you, that might be the best one. Which one of you takes it?
Can I?
So Zane, you want to take it?
Yep.
Alright, as Ereldia hands it over to you, she sort of nods and she says, thank you, all of you. I would say keep him safe, but he's pretty good at doing that by himself. I trust him. He's a smart boy. He just needs to get away from the city for a while. It hasn't been good for him staying in all those big closed walls and everything. Alright, well, I'm going to leave you to it. I'm going to make myself conveniently busy while you hand this over, so it doesn't look like it's coming from me. I bid you farewell. I will see you soon, hopefully. Try to keep yourselves in one piece, if that's at all possible. If you need me, send word to Skellig. I'll be here for a while.
Thank you, Master Ereldia. We'll take good care of him.
She shakes all your hands, gives you all a big hug, and then goes back to her work with Diana and the rest of the bad crew. Right, the three of you, what would you like to do here now?
Probably gather our things. I mean, they've got a handle on here. I mean, we've been summoned back. I think that's what we should prioritize first.
Mm-hmm.
Do we not want to stay for the party, though?
I mean, well,
It's a celebration of victory.
it is indeed.
Merlin needs us. He's
It'd be
called for us. We're not keeping him waiting like every other time.
I'm sure he'll excuse us for this occasion. I mean, it is
barely-
just tonight.
I remember him specifically assigning me to this group to make sure we get back to him
We
as
will
soon
get
as
back
possible.
to him tomorrow. We've just defeated an undead dragon. I am sure he will allow us a moment of respite. Please, 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 Zane. Please.
Alright, fine.
Alright,
Gonna be
fine.
lots of beer. Be lots of beer and good food.
Alright, so Pod, what are you doing while the other three are off in a spot that you can't quite see or hear?
I'm kind of just like spacing out a bit.
Just vibing?
Vibing and spacing out, remembering things.
Okay,
Just like that.
sounds good.
Nothing else to do, I'm just waiting for them, so yeah, I'm just like thinking of things.
Alright, so you three, you can successfully convince Zane to hang out for another night and go to the party. You see Pod sort of staring into the middle space. What would you guys like to do here?
I think we should go up to him and
Can I
formally
walk
welcome
up
him.
to Pod and slap him over the shoulder, like kind of firmly, to see if he moves and if he's like strongly built and can resist it, but also like has like a greeting, so it's not aggressive.
It's just like a firm clap on the shoulder, right?
Yeah, but it's like, you know, like when men have like that firm handshake and they squeeze each other's hands for that fraction of a second longer and just look at each other to check.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the sizing each other up of the mate.
Yeah.
You'd better hold your own and
That's
you'd
it.
better behave.
Alright. So, Zane, you walk up to this tall, wiry young man and you clap your hand firmly across his shoulder.
You're needed, soldier, and I hand him the letter and the medallion, like little gold coin.
I take it out and I read it.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, so you are smart. You can read.
Yeah.
Go easy on him. Come
Came
on.
from a soldier. I don't know where you came from.
Some people, some soldiers just can't read. They can take orders really, really well. Just can't read.
So,
I guess you have experience.
Brunies, can I get you to make a perception check, please?
Five. Well, it's +4, so
You
9.
can't see as well.
So it's
9.
You just, so when you roll, Pod, you just got to add the +4 in that string of text to give you the +4 automatically.
Right, gotcha. So 9.
9. Okay, with a 9, this is a very low DC, so I'm going to give it to you anyway. As you reading over this summons from Merlin, you look over at Zane, and even though you were sort of eyeballing him quite significantly earlier, you were mostly looking at his face. But as you look over at him now, there is a familiar chevron patch on his cloak, which you will recognize as someone being a sergeant. So you recognize that Zane is also part of the Brigantia military and is of a similar rank to yourself. Different departments, similar rank.
Okay. I kind of look at him and I'm like arms crossed. I'm like, are you retired?
Are you asking me if I'm retarded?
Retired. Sorry, man. My hearing might not be that well, mate.
Oh, I was about to clap some cheeks then, but alright. No, I'm not retired currently. I'm young. I thought I was in my prime, but I don't have a grey hair yet, so no, I'm not retired, and probably will die before I'm retired or retarded.
That's okay.
Do I recognize that Pod is also military or no?
Make a
Like-
perception check.
From what Aurelia told me, it was from a battle. Like
Yep.
she
Yep.
didn't
So make a
mention
perception
it
check
at
at advantage this time.
all. Alright, that is a 12 plus 0. So 12 and 1.
Okay, a 12.
12.
With a
Yeah.
12, you recognize a similar chevron facing in a different direction on Pod's armor. But instead of being blue, like the rest of the garrison armor is, which is the the color of the Pendragon Round Table, you see that Pod has a green accent on his gear, which indicates that he is part of the Combat Healing Brigade,
Okay.
which is a group of relief workers and people who literally are out in the field healing up, mending, fixing, protecting, saving people. Not just members of the military, but members of the public, townspeople, anyone who they see is hurt. This brigade is the number one person to get in touch with and bring them to where needs help.
Alright, and
because
from
of the
just
amount
looking
of
at Pod, does he have grey hair? Does he seem old or is he quite young?
he looks quite young, but he also has the, so you know how you have your sergeant's insignia?
Yeah.
He has the Healing Brigade Sergeant insignia too, meaning that he is the head of a division. He has an entire squadron working under him usually.
Oh, nice.
That's what I said about similar rank different departments.
Alright, I'll just take that knowledge and I'll just understand. I'm not going to be too butthurt about being asked if I'm retarded or retired.
So, gathering these pieces of information about each other, what's the next step for you two? Role play it out for me.
So, I've clapped his back and said you're needed. He's taken his time, read the letter. Well, how does he respond to me?
I kind of roll up, you know, I notice the symbol, and then I'm kind of looking at him, sizing him up, I'm like, yeah, it looks about right. I don't say that, but like, I look about right, I'm like, I rub my hand out in a way that only soldiers would know.
Alright.
And I kind of test him to see what he would do.
Too easy.
It's a handshake that, you know, they slam their hands together, but I'm gonna see what he does.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish that handshake to the other side.
Alright, yeah.
And I'm gonna
So
pull him in
we both
closer, and I'm gonna whisper in his ear. The two girls, they're a little bit soft, not built like us, so they need an extra day to, you know, get ready to travel. How about me and you go to the tavern and get a quick beer or two?
Sounds about right. I smile
Alright,
like a
and
big
then we
smile,
just
I'm like, yes.
Skedaddle together to the tavern.
Okay.
Waving at the girls nicely and smiling as we go.
Goodbye.
Boys night.
Yeah, that's it.
And I'll turn to Nero and just say, and that was the man who was so adamant on going not 2 minutes earlier. Gosh,
I
man.
know. He softens rather quickly, I will say that.
Alright. So, for expediency's sake, we're going to go with Zane and Pod first to the Skellig pub. For a good pub food. Okay, so you, Pod, and Zane, you guys both wander into the door of the pub that you were just in. Pod, but Zane is with you this time, and as you guys enter the room, as people notice that Zane's the one walking in with you, another huge cheer goes up. People come up, start shaking his hand, congratulating him, saying thank you, trying to put things into his pockets and that sort of thing, like little bits and bobs of like gold coins and like pieces of cheese and that sort of thing. And Zane's like, no, I'll take the money, but keep the cheese. As you guys approach the bar, the same bartender who was there earlier when you guys were in here looking for Captain Gordon sees you come back in, Pod, and he sort of nods, and then he sort of looks at you, Zane, and he says, did you stay out too long in the sun or what? You've gone a funny colour, mate.
Yeah, the weather's a bit different up in the, you know, the cliff where that old dragon that we woke up were.
Well, that's fair enough, mate. You look a bit thirsty, though. I suppose it's drinks all around for you, is it?
That'll be it, and one for my friend here.
Alright, can do. What about the rest of the pub? Because they've already been brought round by, you know, the other two, the girls. So it's only fair to make it right, don't you think?
Yeah, sure, why not?
It'll be 5 gold for the lot.
I'm kind of like looking around at everyone else, seeing everyone smile, and like, I'm guessing everyone's smiling, being
All right,
like little like
I'll
smiling.
do that, but how about you bring a keg then out for me and my friend, and we can share that one together.
Oh, of course, Captain Zane, I can do that for you. Not a problem at all. And you see him lift a keg that's roughly about like half his height. So like from his legs from the floor to his hip, that's how tall this keg is. And he sort of rolls along the floor, heaves it up onto a short stool and starts pouring beers out of it. And as he does so, he shouts to the rest of the tavern, "Pints on, Master Zane! More thanks for the Saviours of Skellig! Way!" And you hear a big cry go up, "Way!" As the vibe of the entire place picks up again, and there's someone playing the fiddle and the drum in the corner. There's just happy vibes going on this whole time. So you two take your beers from the bartender. What do you do from here?
I think it's just going to be a trade of stories and just drinking and laughing until the night's done. I don't think there's much like specific role playing or questions.
Just going to be
From
sharing
mine,
stories
at
about
least.
each other's battles, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. So you two sit down across the table, start swapping pints, swapping stories, having a nice time, drinking until you can't stand up, and falling asleep in your chairs. Does that sound about right for the two of yous?
Yeah, but
Yep.
kind of wake up midnight and just wander over to the water and just sit, like, on the shoreline, having water, like, up to, like, my waist kind of thing come up, and just fall asleep
Actually, what I'm going to do here, Zane, is now that you mentioned that, is I'm going to say that you guys have been drinking until like 4 o'clock in the morning. You're both fucking hammered. And you guys wander out. You sort of grab Pod and you say, oh, I need some fresh air. And he drags you outside, Pod, to the shoreline, just outside of this garrison thing. And you're both fucking hammered. Like, you're so drunk you can barely stand up. And you see Zane sort of like stumble forward and sit down on the water. What would you like to do from here, boys? I've given you the space. Role play it out for me.
I kind of want to, like, skim my hand over the surface of the water, sending out little ripples.
Yep.
And then just kind of lie down, kind of just on the shore, just happy, knowing that the people that I am currently missing can at least see me or feel me or my presence. That's it.
Yeah. So
Not
Pod,
wanting to communicate or anything.
that's fine. So Pod, as you watch Zane sort of stumble into the water, there's almost like a dancing cloud of fireflies in the surface of the water around Zane as he walks in. It's sort of this bioluminescence thing that seems to be drawn to him as he steps into the water. And as he does so, you see this big, goofy grin across his face as he splashes a little bit, and then comes back up to the shore with his boots sitting on the edge of the water. He lies down in the wet sand with the glow of the water around his feet and falls asleep. Pod, you sit there on the sand, watching this strange little interaction with this man you've only just met but feel like you've known for a long time. And you continue to take long pulls from the flagon of wine that the bartender gave you as a reason to get the fuck out of his establishment and not vomit all over the floor. And you sit there in the wet sand and you look up at the clear, starry, moonlit sky as there's a cold breeze coming off the surface of the water and the shush of the waves lulls you both to sleep. With the background noise of a party and laughter and stories and music coming from the warmly lit tavern behind you. There's life in Skellig again. There's hope, and the storm clouds have cleared. So, we go back to the girls. What would you like to do with your evening?
I'm actually going to ask. Elrith, darling, could you do me another favour since you were so good assisting me with my shed?
Sure thing. What would it be,
Well, a little backstory. Have you ever heard pigeons as they fly? They do a little bit of a squeak as they flutter.
I think so. Like when they call out, like when they make a call.
Well, some pigeons when they fly as they're flapping, it's almost a whistle noise, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, yes?
I think so, yes.
So, I kind of have something similar. Now, the reason why that happens on pigeons is because they have one smaller feather, right? Now, if you were to assist me, because of my recent shed, and I haven't really had my wings for a long time, I sort of need that, the muscle memory back. Could you just check my wings? It should be on the edge. There should be a row or a line of scales that sort of meet and are smaller than the others. Can you help me there? Because I really, really, really want to show you something.
Okay, I can do that for you.
Both the left and the right. Please.
Okay,
Alright.
unfurl
So,
your wings.
Just quickly, where are you guys at while you're doing this? Are you still in the service docks, or would you like to go to a different part of Skellig?
Do you want to go to like a quieter part of Skellig where you're able to kind of take flight without much?
Yeah,
Yep.
a little bit
Yep,
higher
we
up
can
or something.
Yeah, we can go to the streets of Skellig, and you guys can clamber up on top of one of the verandas and look out over the citywide party that's happening. So imagine this is like, have you guys seen the Lord of the Rings where it's like Bilbo's 11th birthday?
I have seen it, but I have not seen it for many years.
It's that kind of vibe. There's like people dancing everywhere. There's music in the streets. People are drinking, having a good time.
Just town-wide party.
Town-wide party.
Yeah.
Town-wide party, good times.
Everybody's too drunk to even acknowledge.
Yeah, because right now
yes.
this is, so you guys have been out like cavorting and partying with the townspeople and all that sort of stuff as you've made your way through to this point. People have all been shaking your hand and trying to give you money and like giving you big hugs and saying thank you, and despite the destruction that was wrought on the town not even 2 days ago, there is a cool uplifting breeze coming off the sea. The fires are shining bright, the sparks are climbing up almost like fireworks. There's a warmth and a happy, joyous spirit in the city of Skellig for probably a long time, as you guys both are sitting with your feet hanging off the edge of an upstairs balcony. When Kinura asked you this, Aelirith, you both got a flagon of wine in each hand. You're both kind of hammered, not as hammered as the two boys, but like you're getting pretty close.
Respectively hammered.
Yeah, you're a respectable level of intoxicated. Yeah. As you're both sitting there watching again the moonlit sky, the stars, not a cloud to be seen, with the smells of wood smoke and cooking meat and wine and beer and soft, sugary, doughy donuts that are fried in fat over the hot coals. As Kinura is asking you to look at her wings, Aelirith. This is just setting the scene for the vibe that's currently happening.
Excellent. Danke. I'm sure I described that enough. I've now got it all together and I'm good and I'm in my wings again. Mm-hmm. So we're on a balcony, did you say?
Yep, so you're a little bit more than 2 stories up because the houses in Skellig are quite tall. But like, the ceilings are quite high within the houses. So you're probably like 30 odd feet in the air with your feet hanging off this balcony.
Yeah, cool. Right, so I'm gonna put my drink down and I'm gonna gently step up onto the railing sort of area. And you said there was a bit of a cool breeze coming up and pushing upwards. I'm gonna sort of unfurl my wings and let them sort of catch a bit of air. Mm-hmm. Now I need you to keep your ears peeled. You won't hear them. You won't hear anything just yet, but I'm sure you'll know what I'm talking about in just a moment. And I'm going to gently sort of lean back a little bit and let it catch more and fill up my wings. And I'm going to spin and then fall, and sort of flap. And I'm going to go up the building more. And then, you know how in Assassin's Creed you've got the leap of faith, how it whistles as you go down?
Yeah.
I'm going to fly up. I'm going to sort of pull my wings in so I'm a bit more of like a missile sort of a shape. And I'm just going to plunge down and let the whistle go off.
Fuck yes. Fuck yeah, I've got like goosebumps.
Just going to test that out. That was a test run. And I'm going to sort of catch air again and float back up and step again onto the balcony and sit down and grab my drink.
As you've just done that, Kinura, the townspeople along the plaza below you had all been cavorting and dancing and having a nice time. But as they watch you climb into the air after you step off the edge of the balcony, they watch you pull your wings in and then dive like a rocket towards the ground. As you do so, there's a collection of intake breath, like and as they all think you're about to hit the ground, your wings flare out, you catch a thermal, and you go soaring up with the Doppler sound effect of you coming down and then shrieking your way back up again through the sparks of the fire, circling around, flapping your wings, and then coming to rest again graceful on the edge of the balcony. And as you do so, a huge cheer goes up. As the townsfolk around you are just clamoring like, yeah! Yeah! As you've just like fucking blown their minds as this incredible dragonborn that's come in and reclaimed the space both for them and for yourself.
Hell yeah.
You guys just cheers and you drink the rest of the night away.
I'm going to use that as my signature. Definitely, like I said, like if you can't see I'm on the ground, you'll definitely hear me. That'll be me coming back. Every time that I come back to Skellig, I'm going to fly back in and it'll be the sort of screech, the whistle. Yeah.
I've just got this headcanon in my head of it like Aelirith playing her flute at the same time as the whistle and them sort of matching notes and dancing in and around each other.
Mm-hmm. Yes, most definitely. I will do that.
That's awesome. Okay, guys, we're going to take a short break there. Now's the time to go get a drink, go to the bathroom, go do whatever it is you need to do. We're going to be back in like 10 minutes. And we'll be able to go from there. Fun
Hell
times.
yeah.
See you soon.
You want to chill with me? Nope. She just wants to go to sleep.
Oh.
He's a sleepy baby. Alrighty, guys,
No.
and we're back. So. Right, we all awaken. Back at the Skellig quarters. You two boys are asleep on the sand outside. The two girls managed to make their way back to their bed. Very, very late at night. But you all have had a full long rest. So everybody update your stuff. Get all your stuff back in your character sheets for your HP, etc, etc.
Oh, how am I going to update my stuff?
We will
Is
do
this a
that,
good opportunity?
We'll probably wait until after game to do that, just so it doesn't take up too much time, just because it's going to be a matter of like moving spells and shit around.
Yeah, that's
as long-
fine. I
yeah,
can
as long-
still take my values and
Yeah,
stuff
yeah,
here.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've got the page open, so that's fine.
Sweet, that's all good. Okay, so all four of you awaken. Can I get you guys to all make Constitution saving throws for me, please?
Oh lord.
Who's near me?
Pod.
So,
You get a +2 to your Constitution save.
I got a 3.
Yeah, so do you. So do you, Zay.
Oh, wait.
actually.
so do you.
You get a plus. Yeah,
I
you get
got
a +2.
11.
Never mind. Wait, no. Never mind. You get a +4 to your Constitution. Yeah,
That's
not
fair.
2. +4. Hello.
Constitution, it's not charisma.
I have a
Yeah.
22. I rolled an 18 +4.
Ow!
Yeah, so Pod,
Everybody-
you also get a +4 to yours as well. You both do.
So, 1d... Wait, what?
Roll a 1d20 +4, both of you.
Yep. I got a 22.
Okay, sweet.
24!
No, nat 20.
Nat 20 +4. First nat 20 of the game. Very nice. Okay, girls, what did you roll here?
I got an 11.
11. Yep.
Aylar's got a 3.
Unfortunately, the two girls wake up hungover as fuck. You two boys, you don't. You're fine. Somehow,
Warriors.
you're
And
both
we
fine.
slept outside. Yeah.
It's a damn wine, dude.
Oxygen.
Can I cast prestidigitation on my blood to cleanse it of the alcohol?
No, you cannot, unfortunately. You two come stumbling down the stairs, dressed and with your packs ready, and approach the bartender, who's a different one from the night before, but, you know, is sort of looking at you both like, and then he gives you both each a slab of bread covered in butter and 2 hot cups of tea. And he says, before you go anywhere, you might want to eat that so you don't throw up anywhere on the boat. Might be a good idea.
Your kindness is appreciated.
No words from me. I'm just taking it and shoving it in my face hole.
Okay.
Can I just walk into the bar, just point at the two girls and just go, ah, and just keep on walking?
I mean, yeah, if you want to, Zane. Like, all you have to do is walk
That's
back
it.
up the stairs and come back in.
Yeah, that's just it.
And you walk up to the bar as well and grab your hot cup of tea and your slice of bread and butter. Pod, what would you like to do?
Breakfast beer. Breakfast beer.
Breakfast beer for Zane. Okay, alright. Interesting.
Yeah.
What are
What are you doing?
I hear him laugh at us, and I'm casting prayers on his beer to make it taste like shit.
Alright, Zane, the first sip that you take of this beer tastes perfect and crisp and hoppy and just how you want it to taste. So you go in for another big one and it tastes like cat piss.
I'm gonna go outside and put some seawater in it and then come back and be like, much better.
That's fair enough. Alright, you four, you wake up. You know what your plans are for the day. You know... Alright, what are you gonna do here? What's the plan?
Yeah,
Tell
do
me
I
what the
know?
plan is.
Let's just make our way back to Brigantia. Go
Yep.
to Merlin.
Alrighty.
We convinced to stay here the night, but today is today, so we gotta go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, can I get all of you to roll a flat d20, please?
Harry, roll that.
11.
No,
14
that's
for me.
closest to your
Okay.
hand. No.
17.
Back towards you, yeah, that one. Roll that one.
Hold
Really
on, just
good.
1 second.
I rolled a 13, Liquor.
Okay, so we had an 11. A... So,
14?
14, yep. And what was yours, Pod?
17.
And yours, Lores?
13.
Okay. Okay, so you guys managed to make your way out of the road of Skellig with minimal interaction from the townsfolk, as everyone appears to be in a similar hungover state as Aelerith and Kanura. You are waved off from the city gates by a group of the fisherwomen who ply you with food, drink, supplies enough to make your way back to Brigantia with a spring in your step. And you manage to make your way there with pretty much, like, no real, sort of, like, negative interactions. So you guys, you know how the travel from Brigantia is about, like, 2 days away, walking? Give me 1 second, just while this map loads, hoping it's the right one.
Oh, well, my hit points is full A because we just rested. Cool.
Yep, you're all full. You're all Gucci Mane. Sorry, my computer's just decided it's gonna lag the fuck out for no reason. Okay. So, you guys managed to make your way back to, like, you've been traveling for about a day. You know, you managed to stop and have a rest overnight. Let me see what ambience zone for this one.
Sure. You know that little fridge beside the TV? It's the bigger side of it. You'll see lemon squash at the top. Just grab a can of that.
Okay, so Aelerith, Kinura, and Zane.
4 months, actually, I'll be able.
This is a path that's like almost familiar to you. It's been a long time since you've come down this way. But as you guys are heading inland from the lake, you find yourselves along the familiar rutted path, a sort of thing that's familiar to you in as much of its destruction as it is of its seemingly intact serenity and peacefulness as you guys walk through. The weather's fine, everything's clear. However, as this is coming to the end of your first night of walking. So night's falling. The weather's been good. You guys have got lots and lots of travel under your way today. Further, like more than you thought you would. The food that the Fisherwives has given you has provided you with an extra. It's shaved like 6 hours off your original time that it took you to get here. So you guys managed to make your way across the mud flats, down the side of the hill, back up the other side of the rocky mountain path that you guys followed last time, quite comfortably. And approaching this set of standing stones, Kinura, Aelerith, and Zane, can I get you guys to make a perception check, please?
And it.
16 for me.
That is a natty 1 plus 3.
That's a
I got
big
an
guy.
11.
Alright, so, thankfully the collective roll's high enough for you guys to be able to see this. You guys see that there are hoof prints and horse poos scattered around here slightly. And you guys are reminded of the horses that you turned away from Skellig that refused to come onto the flatlands as you guys were walking through.
Take him out to the backyard and see if he wants to go to the
It
bathroom
looks
real
like
quick.
the horses stayed here for a while and then moved on.
You don't need to pick him up.
Are we able to like see which way the tracks are going, how fresh they are, how recent the poop is?
Make a nature check for me, Kinura.
Can do.
I just need to quickly toilet my dog. One
That's
sec.
fine, go for God.
I got a 13.
Okay, with a 13, you can tell that the poo's probably, like, just nudging it with your boot. It's kind of dry, so you're guessing maybe, like, 2 or 3 days at the most.
Mm-hmm.
And the hoof prints are leading in the same direction as the road, so they're heading back to Brigantia.
Okay.
So it looks like your ponies have had enough of waiting around for you and decided to head home by themselves.
That's fair.
Bastards.
We've gone a while.
To be fair, you weren't actually gone for that long. You were only gone for maybe a week. Tops.
Is that all?
Mm-hmm. A lot happened
Can I-
in that week, but
Sure, yeah.
yeah.
Can I try and look around and see if there was anything that encouraged them to leave the area? Like if there was any danger?
Yeah. I'm gonna need you to make 2 perception checks for me here, please. You guys
Yep.
feel free to help her if you like.
I am helping.
Yeah, I'll try and help.
Yep. So roll at advantage there, Kinura.
Yep.
But you will roll it.
I don't know, so just Kinura rolls, but she gets to roll twice. Take the highest one.
My highest is 19.
Okay. With a 19, Kinura, as you're sort of roving around, having a look, and sort of trying to refamiliarize yourself with this area of the map, you see, as you come around the corner of this standing stone, you see the burnt out remains of a campfire.
How recently or how long ago was that lit? Can I see with the dirt and the coals and whatever's left
With a
over?
19, I'll give you that, yeah. So you are able to see that the sort of charcoal that's left in the bottom is cold. The ashes burnt out, but the footprints and various like accoutrements of a campsite that's been vacated is still kind of around. So you can see the drag marks where they were putting the tent up and down. You can see where someone sort of like half-heartedly kicked dirt over the front of the fire to sort of like put it out. And further a little bit more around this way, you can see more of your hoof prints that you were following around here as well.
They steal our horses.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, you'd have to think that because, well, the horses were loyal as anything, and we told them to stay here, did we not? They would have stayed until we came back, so
Yeah.
I'm guessing they maybe stole. Is there a way that I can see, so would you say that different, like, say, groups or different areas of people or whatever would have different types of campsites that they would set up? Like if they'd use like pegs to hold the tents, or if it was more a different
The
situation?
fire was
or
created a certain way.
so am I able to try and work out what sort of,
Okay, I'm gonna
not
need
quite
you...
faction of people,
No,
but like that area?
you're trying to work out like what they've left behind,
Oh,
right?
what?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I'm going to get you to make, because Rooney's brought that up, and because you've brought that up in particular, I'm going to get Rudy's and Kinura. So Pod and Kinura, I need you both to roll insight checks, but at advantage because you're helping each other here.
Yep.
So
Both of
one
us to do it.
d20.
Yep. So I'm gonna need you both to roll insight. So that's a d20, and for you, Pod, your insight gets a +4. So for you, Pod, that's a d20 +4, and for you,
Alright, my
Kinura,
highest
it's
is a
+2.
6. Huh? My insight?
Yep, you get a +2.
Twenty-two.
On my page, it's 6. My insight's 6 because it's wisdom,
Oh yeah, of course.
and I've got proficiency in that.
Yep.
It is insight, yeah.
Yep, it is insight. Yep.
Yeah. That's a +6. So my highest roll is 17.
I got 22.
17 out of 22. Okay, with you two working together, Kinyura, this is the first time you're working with someone who's been out in the field as much as you have. Pod brings up a good point about looking for various ways that they're trying to start fires. And Kinyura, you bring up a good point about how they may have set their camp up. With these high insight rolls, you guys are able to tell, especially you, Pod, you're able to tell that they use Brigantian military techniques for setting up and breaking down their camps. So you know that they are using tinder boxes to light their fires. You know that they are using pegs to put down their tents. And you know from the marks and the way that they've styled the fire, especially you, Runes, these are sort of things that you are taught in the Brigantian military camp when you're sent out for training. These are basic soldier techniques for setting up and breaking down camp.
Alright, so am I right to say that your horses were here?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, well, their prints and their droppings indicate that they're 3 days old.
yeah, okay. So, we're dealing with military people. The way they've said it and the way I've searched it out, it's literally the basics of what we're taught.
Right.
And so, the way the fire's made, the way, like, it's all set out, and the spaces between each tent that was made, we've all learned this through training. So, we're dealing with military trained people.
Well, don't you think it's unusual that all of these prints indicate that they've come this far and then turned around? Because the horse prints don't go further into Skellig. They've
You
been
think they
taken
maybe
back.
just came to retrieve the horses?
Yeah, retrieve the horses. They haven't been scattered. The horse prints aren't really rushing. They haven't been damaging the grass or anything, so
So they've been
my guess is they took the
retrieved.
horses. Yeah, retrieved. Took the horses away.
Don't you find
Without
that a
much
little
hassles.
unusual? They were assigned to us. I don't see as to why they need to be retrieved.
Assigned by who? Who assigned them here? Specifically. Not trying to pry, but it'd be nice to know.
Well, they were given to us in an effort to get us here quicker. It was part of the assignment.
So you just got them, not really given. Or were they
They
given to you by a
belong
certain...
to
Brigantia.
the Brigrantian cavalry, I believe, but they were assigned to be served on. They were ours to use.
So it's rather people that knew the horses took them away, or the people that they assigned them to you took them away. Since the horses didn't pick up much of a fight, the horses knew the people.
Exactly.
They were familiar, because there's no tracking. There's no tracks that say that they were running.
Just that they've been retrieved calmly.
Yeah,
Hey,
very
Runes,
calmly.
add a point of inspiration to your DM sheet, bud,
Wait, why?
because you figured it out.
Rule of cool.
I think great.
Yeah, that's like for you to go that in depth over the small amount of information I gave you.
I don't know what
Policies.
inspiration is. I'm sorry. I
So
don't know where to go.
inspiration gives you so the way I've sort of worked inspiration in this game is it gives you a reroll on any dice that you choose in the situation that you choose.
Yeah, I've had to use it a couple times when I've done a really horrible roll and I just went,
Also-
you know what, bugger it.
Also, the way I've done inspiration in this game is they stack, and one of your party members can give you their point of inspiration.
Right. Okay.
So-
Freely exchanged
It's
currency.
freely exchanged currency within the party members of this game. Because I like the idea of someone being in a real fucking tough spot who are rolling shit, and for one of the party members to sacrifice one of their own DM inspiration rolls to give their party member the boost they need to get through the shitty situation.
Bonding!
It's good bonding stuff.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. But yeah, Pod, add one of those to your character sheet, bud. Cause it's,
Yeah, just written down +1 inspiration. Okay.
So, Pod, as you're explaining this to the rest of the team, Zane, you sort of like your like military background has basically been entirely either in the city or in the docks. Like you didn't go out into the field much the same way that Pod has. So, how does Pod explaining this stuff make you feel in this moment as he's sort of like, you know, diving down and getting into the nitty-gritty of this sort of thing?
I guess what's going through my head is, right, like, I'm a sergeant, he's a sergeant. if we were probably in like the same kind of field or section, we'd probably clash heads. You know, who's got the biggest dick? Who's gonna? But since we're from like different fields, I'm kind of like happy
Level
and
of
like
respect.
I don't think we're gonna clash per se. I think like he's gonna know things and I'm gonna know things, and we're just gonna
Learn from each other.
learn from each other and like respect each other. We're not fighting for who's bigger or who's better because we're in two different fields.
Yeah, you're in two different
kind of thing.
divisions.
Yeah.
All right, so Pod, with your explanation about someone coming to reclaim the horses that they would have known and went with without any argument, especially given that the horses that you guys were like assigned seemed to be pretty smart and kind of, you know, weren't just like dumbass horses. Pod's explanation makes the most sense out of all the things that you guys have seen recently. However, there is evidence of an old campsite here. Would you guys like to set up camp for the night in this spot?
Definitely.
Sure, yeah, sounds good.
All right. So,
Girl's got to rest.
yep.
I need to get my beauty sleep,
My
baby.
bird slip. Was drawing some tents.
I just easily built my tent with ease.
So, Pod has absolutely no trouble getting his tent set up in a way that is very familiar to you, Zane. As it's sort of that very up and down, like no nonsense, pegs in, tent up, like no frills or anything like that. As the girls build themselves a bigger tent to fit both of them.
Sleepover.
It's a sleepover.
Sleepover. Hey, get off my hair.
Oh, Shelby.
All right. So, who would like to take the first watch here?
I'm more than happy to.
I'll take the second.
All right. All right, so got Aelarith and Kinura in this one tent, Zane, and Pod. And this little...
Of course, by the rock. No,
I mean, you could be in the other one if you want. Just...
no, it's fine. No fussing. Just like, oh, come on.
Oh, come on, man. So this little circle here is your campfire. So, Kinura, you're sitting over here on this rock, taking the first watch. Can I get you to roll a d20, please?
Can do. I got a 7.
All right, so, Kinura, as you help everybody put their dinner dishes away after having a hot meal of bread and cheese and bacon fried over a cast iron on fire, you're feeling, you know, pretty well satiated. Your hangover's kind of worn off, but you're still really tired. You're finding it hard to keep your eyes open for the 4 hours of your watch. Sorry, the 2 hours of your watch. And as you're sitting there watching the sparks in the fire, there's like a shiver that goes up your spine for some reason. Almost as if the night has closed around you for no good reason. And you go, ooh. And you look up from the fire. And you don't see anything. But you hear the chime of bells in the distance.
Santa?
Kind of like Santa. And as you realize what you're hearing, you strain your ears to listen. The sound sort of dissipates again.
Was I able to work out if it was something like maybe some wind, like metal wind chimes, or if it was actually some bells attached to something?
Make an insight check.
Can do. I got an 11.
With an 11, from the distance that you're hearing it from, you can't quite tell.
Mm-hmm.
All you hear is like a ringing.
Am I able to determine what direction it was coming from, or if it was sort
With
of
an
like
11?
an enveloping?
With an 11, no. You hear it once, and then you hear it again about 5 minutes later.
Mm-hmm.
The first time you hear it, it sounds further away.
Mm-hmm.
The second time you hear it, it sounds louder, but you can't determine really which direction it's coming from.
Right. Can I sort of flap my wings and encourage more oxygen onto the fire so that it brightens up a bit more and I can see?
Yeah, of course you can.
Hell yeah.
So as you sort of fan the flames, quite literally fan the flames, the fire sort of sparks and rears up, and you see the sparks break from a log and go drifting up into the sky. It's a moonless night. The clouds have covered the stars. The night is dark. It's cold, but it's not as cold as it was in Skellig. Like, after all the bad weather you guys experienced there, like, anything other than what that was feels like a balmy summer's eve. But you see your breath fog in front of you slightly, even though you're sitting right in front of a roaring fire. And Kinura, I'm going to get you to roll a wisdom saving throw, please.
Shit.
You should be fine on those. Wisdom is your spellcasting mod, so...
D20 plus 3.
You should be proficient in wisdom.
Yeah. Oh, wait, what? Yeah.
So it should be plus... Is that all your proficiency? Okay, that's fine. Yep, so D20
It's only plus 3, yeah. I got a 5.
Okay. With a 5... After feeling the night closing around you, the fire almost seems to dim down and get darker, as it feels like there's something flying overhead. If there was a moon, it would have cast a shadow. But all you can sense is this huge weight passing above you, silently. And you hear the bell ringing again.
That's gotta be Santa.
The pressure eases. The fire roars up again. And the warm crackling is about to lull you off to sleep as you grab the next person up for their watch.
Gonna sort of gently open the flaps to Pod's tent and sort of
I'm already
kick
awake.
at his foot.
Oi! Get up!
Cool, alright. We'll switch. Go to bed, take a good rest.
Just
What's up?
Just look out. If you get a weird feeling, let me know, because I definitely got one. Listen out for a bell ringing.
A bell?
A bell or something chiming. And if you see the fire dim, just keep your hackles up.
Okay.
I don't know what we're dealing with here, but I'm sure you'll handle yourself. Come on.
If you hear a loud bang, wake up. That's a signal I'll give when you guys something happening. But other than that, just get a good rest.
I'll keep my horns peeled for it then.
My horns peeled.
I love that. I kind of like looking like this strange way, like, wait, what?
She's like, she takes her wimple off and goes back into her tent. All right, Pod. I need you to roll a d20 for me, please. Flat d20.
Wait, one. English 15.
Okay. With a 15, the first hour of your watch goes by pretty well unimpeded. Like, you keep your ears peeled for any weird noises or sights or sounds, like Kinura mentioned. But after nothing happens for the first hour, aside from the regular sounds of the forest at night, which don't frighten you, by the way. You've spent enough time out in the field to recognize the sound straight off the bat and be like, it's just a bird, or it's an owl, or it's, like, there's explanations in your head for everything that you hear.
Yeah, there's always a pattern of nature. Mm-hmm. Like, the birds chirping, something happens. When something stops, it's like, okay, something's coming.
Exactly.
Something grows near, yeah.
So, it's getting to, like... So, Kinura took the watch from about 8 to 10... Sorry, it would have been from, like, 11 until 1 was her watch. So, you're currently at roughly, like, the equivalent of 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
Nothing happens much for the first hour. But the second hour of your watch...
Roll a d20.
Nope, that's what I got you to roll the d24 already.
Oh, okay.
You sort of, like, you stand up, you sort of stretch your back out, you take a drink of water, you stand in front of the fire and look around. You can hear the faint snores coming from the tents of your sleeping party members. And as you turn your head to look at the expanse of, like, fen or moor, or whatever you want to call this, like, gently forested area, that's kind of like a thoroughfare, but not really. You get the sense that there are eyes looking at you. Your hackles go up on the back of your neck. As you turn to look towards a more densely wooded area, just a little bit further away from you. Make a perception check.
I'll percent, so 12 plus. Jesus, fucking
think you get
background
plus
noise.
4.
Hold on. Yeah, plus 4. Wait, where is it?
Your perception is plus 4.
Session plus 4, so 16.
Okay. With a 16, as you look further into the underbrush, you can't see what's looking at you. But you hear a snort and a piece of wood crackle underfoot, the same way that it would if a deer, for example, had been looking at you trying to get the bead on you and then realised you weren't a threat and moved on.
Okay.
And you feel the pressure around you ease a little bit, like that pressure of intensely looking for something and being watched back.
Just ease.
Yep. So,
Okay.
the sense of being watched fades. But there's still something about that densely wooded area. Because remember, the night is dark. There's no moon. There's no stars. The only light around you for feet is the light from your fire. As a piece of wood within the fire snaps and crackles and throws up another shower of sparks.
What do I see?
Roll a wisdom saving throw.
So 1d20.
So wisdom save for you is higher than a 1d20. So your whiz saves will be a...
Is he still close to me?
He's still close to him, yeah.
Yeah, so he gets
That's what I mean.
a +5 to wisdom.
Yep.
Plus 5 and what? What's my other? Hold on, I'll check that real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Wisdom is plus 1, so it's 6.
Yep, so roll d20 plus 6.
15.
Okay. Rooney's... The god that your mother prays to isn't one that you're overly familiar with. She's very vague about it when she talks about it. If people ask her which of the gods she follows, all she says, oh, just the important ones, and then waves her hand and doesn't talk about it.
So it's the same as mine.
You feel a sense of, like, it's almost like someone's just checked in on you, just to make sure you're alright. And then that pressure eases. It's like someone pulling back the curtain of whatever it is they're behind and looking in to peek at you and just sort of nodding and then putting the curtain back.
So so the ease is gone now.
Oh no, the ease is still there. Like it's this
Not the ease, the feeling of being watched is gone.
Yeah, the feeling of being watched is gone. So the sensation that you're currently feeling is like your hackles went up and you felt like you were being watched. And you tried to dismiss it as it's just a piece, it's just like wildlife or whatever watching you. But it feels like someone's just checked on you from a long way away. You can't tell if it was your mum or something else, but with a wisdom save of 16, you can tell that it didn't mean you any harm and was just checking in on you. And with that, your watch ends. And it passes to the next one. Who would like to take next watch after that?
I will.
Okay, Agarith, you're up.
Oh, I'm here, yeah.
Pod, is there anything you want to tell Alarith on your way out of the watch?
Kind of like look at him like... Apparently, apparently there's some things looking at you every now and again. I don't believe it's a threat, but just keep an eye on it.
Alright, I'll keep my eyes peeled.
Have a good one. Stay safe. And do like bash a rock or make a loud bang, because that was what I gave to the other. What's her name? Sorry. Kiss Jura? Oh, I forgot what's the one.
Kinura.
No, this one.
Yeah.
Kinura, yeah. That's what I gave Kinura as a sign. So if you see something bad or feel threatened, bang on a rock and I'll get up.
Oh, don't worry, my flute can be heard from miles away. You'll be awake in
Beautiful.
seconds.
Beautiful. Alright. Catch up.
Alright, and Pod opens the flap to his tent and goes back inside. Is it headcanon that Pod snores really loudly?
God, I wish I had silence.
Alright, Aelorith, roll that d20 for me, baby.
Olin. I got a 12.
Alright. Aelorith, with a 12. After being told by Pod that Kinura sort of like heard some weird shit and then Pod felt some weird shit like he was being watched, your hackles are up as you go into your watch. But as you sit in front of the fire, watching, listening, with your ears trying to pick up every point of sound and assign it some piece of meaning, all you hear is a soft hoo, hoo, and the flap of an owl's wings as it goes in for the strike. Your finely tuned ears, which can pick up any skerrick of music, any note, any vibration that forms itself in the way of a song, are straining for any bits of information coming your way. And with a 12, as you close your eyes and sink into that half meditative state that elves use to get themselves right, you can almost put yourself in the body of the deer walking along the edge of your campsite, hidden just beyond the edge of the trees. You can almost feel the hooves sinking through the leaf litter. You can almost feel the twigs breaking underfoot. And you hear the resounding crunch at the same time the deer does. And you lift up your head at the same time, and you train your eyes on the direction of this resounding crunch. Aelorith, make a perception check for me.
Say 10 plus 5, 15.
Okay. With a 15, Aelorith, it is 3 o'clock in the morning. You're hearing the soft breathing and snores coming from the tents of your teammates.
The loud front pod.
But all of that fades into nothingness as you try to make sense of what you can see with your finely tuned vision standing just beyond the edge of the trees. What you see, you think is maybe a large tree that's had its branches whipped bare by some sort of wind or something like that. But what your brain is telling you that you see is a gigantic rack of antlers as the head of this gargantuan beast looks away from your campsite and begins to walk away with soft crashing footfalls as it moves through the forest undergrowth. And all you can see of this thing above its shoulders is this huge rack of antlers moving through the trees. Make a wisdom saving throw.
11.
You have just seen what was looking at Pod. You don't know what it is. But with an 11, You can tell that it's finished with its business for now, and is moving on and away from you. It meant no harm. It was just interested. And its interest satiated, it moves away. And that's the end of your watch.
I'm gonna imagine him like concentrating, looking for the forest. Okay, is animals going away? He just reads out of concentration, or do you just?
Aelorith, how long do your watches go for? Are you a 4-hour or a 2-hour watch?
As long as I've had 4 hours of rest.
Yeah, you did,
or in a
'cause you-
meditative
yeah,
state, I
you-
can go indefinitely.
Yeah, so you had you had Zane, sorry, you had our Pod and Kanura watch before you, so
Yep. So I
it's
can
up
go
to
for
you
the rest
whether or
of the
not
night.
you want to stay up.
I want to stay up, and am I able to bring out my little diary?
Yes. What would you like to write in your little diary?
Oh, as
Oh,
in
so
Mab's
Mab's.
diary.
Okay, yep.
Yeah. And in the same fashion as I always do, I'm gonna lay it with the spine resting in the middle of my lap and let it open to the page that it wishes to be open to.
Okay. I love it when you do this stuff, Ian. This is so good. Okay, I'm gonna need you to make a charisma saving throw here, actually.
Ooh, a spicy one.
He gets a +1 to
That has
charisma.
a +2 as well.
Yeah. So that's
Hold
a
on.
So that's a 15 plus 7 plus 2, so whatever that is. A 24. Yeah.
yeah. Having
I'm trying to-
these two boys in your team is going to be really good for all of your saving throws.
Well, charisma's my best one anyway,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I know. So with your charisma saving throw that high, you caress the spine of the book and you let it fall open into your lap with your eyes closed, sitting in front of the fire, as the long hours of the early morning stretch out in front of you. And as you do so, as you feel the book open across your thighs as you're sitting in front of the fire, you open your eyes and you look down. And you see a hastily drawn sketch, and that same black ink that you're familiar with. A hastily drawn sketch of a young man looking at the artist and smiling. Now, he looks like a fairly normal young man, aside from the fact that he has a huge rack of deer antlers growing out of his head. And the letters N-U-N are written across the bottom of that page.
None of your damn business.
None of your business.
Just trying to look through my notes, but I must not have written it down. Out of character, when we went to see Alera in like that healing area, I can't remember what it's called. There was that statue of the deer outside. What god was that? That wasn't Kromkroik, was it? No. Fuck.
I think it starts with an N-I-N. Yeah.
Why did I not write this down?
I'm not going to tell you, Aelorith, but add a point of inspiration for figuring that shit out.
Yeah. I was going to ask that before. I'm like, is it? I don't think it's Kromkroik because he's the chaotic one. But I remember that deer from the infirmary.
I love it when my players get so in depth in the story that they figure shit out that I put in the game months ago. Months ago! Like, I'm talking to those of you in the chat who don't know, I put that in the game like 3 or 4 months ago, and Yanis has just remembered and like tied it together. I'm so proud. This is
As soon as you said antlers, I tied it back. Yeah.
Good feelings.
No, I didn't write it down. Anything about that.
We are heading back to Brigantia.
Yeah, so I could probably ask when we get back there.
All right, I'm gonna go pee while you talk amongst yourselves.
Everybody quiet reading. Go find a nice quiet spot.
Yes, Mom.
Could you know, please, like, gonna pull out his diary, be like, dear diary, what the hell was that?
I am very scared. Please, pages,
Send help.
if you're listening, help me.
Uh,
Signed. Oh.
A god with giant antlers. So what?
Okay.
God of guidance or god of nature? That's my guess.
something to do with healing or.
I'm pretty sure this
protection.
god is pretty horny. Yeah.
You're
I mean,
funny.
like, look at all those, opportunities.
You make
Full
me
of
more
antlers,
open.
How many people at a time could that service?
Oh god.
my.
Oh dear.
Oh!
No, I didn't write it down. Fuck.
It's alright.
10 pages of notes and I don't have it. How dare I?
Yeah. Well, sorry,
Well, that was
I only
pretty
just
early
joined.
on,
so-
right?
It was session 6, I think. 5 or 6.
And what are we up to
Quick.
now?
Watch the
18.
Twitch VOD. Woo!
Diddlin' diddlin'.
One sec.
Yeah, I always think it's a good idea to like write down all the gods just in case.
Yeah, I
Look,
started...
are you wearing a senpai shirt?
Yeah, I saw that too. Say it again. Shouldn't
Are
hear
you,
you.
are you wearing a senpai shirt, Liquor?
Yeah.
Hell
It's got it written down the arm and everything.
yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, hold on, bear back. Let me tell it.
So, sorry, say again what you were saying before, like when I was gone, just so I can hear it.
It's just, I know it's that god, but I can't remember the name. And I'm annoyed that I didn't write it down.
Would knowing the name
Oh, no,
currently in this situation
Xenos.
actually help?
Father
right
of the
now?
Forest / Hunt. Is that right? Liquor? Is it Xenos, Father of the Forest and Hunt?
Did you remember, or did you read it off the note sheet?
I've read it off the note sheet that I have here. I was looking in the wrong place.
Yes, that's the name of the god.
What does he have to do with a nun?
Look at the way his name's spelled, Yanis.
Hopefully I spelled it right. Cernenos.
Luke is shaking her head, so I'm taking that as a no.
You have some direction now, though.
Ah, okay, so that's the correct spelling there. So it's the middle of his name. Can I trace the other letters of the name around none? So CER on one side and then NOS on the other. Just like finger lightly on the book.
God, I'm so glad it's like 3 letters on each side.
Yes. So good.
There are moments where I'm like, I'm a
Yes.
great DM, and then there are moments like, I'm a great DM, and this is both.
My ego boosting is happening.
And I can't get ego boost in any other games I play, so it's gonna be, this is the only one. Yes.
You're doing a fine job.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Aelirith, you do that, but I'm going to need you to roll another charisma saving throw, please. Again, with the bonuses that you get from your boys.
All fine.
We've got
Even while we're asleep, gotta love it.
You've got soldier boys and you've got our girls in STEM.
So 7 plus 9, 16.
Okay. With a 16, as you trace those letters with your finger, you see... Actually, can I get you to make a constitution saving throw as well?
Can do. And that's plus 2 as well, isn't
plus 2 to it.
Sadly, not to me. I am reading my thing now. I'm going to make a little truths thing. My plus 2 only happens when I'm awake.
Okay, that's fine.
So no plus 2 for me. Yeah.
Unfortunate. Still plus 2 from me, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you go for it.
Yep, if you want to make that part of your character, by all means do so. It's just...
11 for
11?
constitution
Okay.
saving throw.
With that con save, you feel a sharp pain in your finger as you go to trace this thing along, and you start to bleed on the page as you trace the CER and then the NOS on the other side. And as you watch, you can see your blood sink into the page and age in front of you from being a bright, fresh red to old worn, and brown, almost as if the book is drinking it as you're writing this in. And you see the word synonos inscribed across the page in front of you. And with your 16 charisma saving throw, you don't take damage from this. But it feels like something slams into you the moment you finish writing this. It's almost like being hit by a wayward cart that's been coming down a hill. But it's like you feel this thing slam into your chest. And it feels like your heart breaks and is made whole in the same moment. As a wave of sadness, regret, longing washes over you all at once. The book is telling you how Mab feels. And you feel a heat at the base of your skull, where your spinal cord and your cerebellum connect. Like someone's placed a warm hand on the back of your neck. And there's a suggestion, a whisper of, soon. We will talk soon. My girl. And with that, Aelorith, the sun comes up. And as you look down at the page, it's blank. There's nothing there as you close it and start to wake your party members for the next day.
Fuck yeah.
So, Pod, are you the first one out of your tent? Or is it Pod and Zane getting up first?
Yep.
I'm getting up and
Boys.
kicking Pod up because I'm annoyed at his snoring.
I get it. Sorry, I was always told. It's always told that. I swear I don't snore though, as I whisper.
Alright, so.
I think Zane used to be a rogue at that point in time, so when he fell asleep, he was dead silent.
All you hear is like soft breathing from Zane's tent that you have to listen really hard for, but Pod's like, Wah!
Yeah, imagine an assassin that snored too loud, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright.
It wouldn't happen. The most Zane does is a slight gurgle as he turns over. Kinyura does a the best kind of dragon sleeping. So you guys awaken. Aelorith, as you watch the fingers of dawn touch the top of the trees and your book went blank, what are you feeling at this moment after these things have been revealed to you? Do you want to share them with the party? Like, do you want to...
Personally, feeling anticipation. Because this is the first time... Actually, technically the second time that Mab has directly communicated with me. But the first time I wasn't able to make out what she was saying. Because she was just mouthing words as a picture in a book. So, I'm feeling more connected to this book. I'm not going to tell them about the Mab part, definitely not. But because I saw Cernunnos in the forest, and I made that connection because I had been told about him before, I will probably tell them about that. So as the party's waking up, I'm going to go over to Pod and ask, Pod, did you happen to see some antlers out there in the night?
Antlers? No, I didn't hear or see any antlers, but I'll be honest with you, like, I did know that something was watching me, but it didn't feel any threat. Nothing really felt, ready to pounce on us at all. It felt more at ease, to be honest.
I think we were visited by the Father of the Forest last night.
The father? A god?
Cernanos, to be exact.
I kind of like look in the distance, like where it, because like when something's threatening me, I can kind of like sense where it's coming from.
Yeah.
Kind of like look in the distance where it might have been. I kind of like give a smile.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
So
Is it a good one?
So Pod, as you're hearing this, you recall the amount of hours that you spent playing in the fountain in front of your mother's infirmary in Brigantia, and swinging off the stone antlers that have been carved on the deer head that is the mouth of this fountain. All that this fills you with is a sense of recognition and a moment of, so that's who she meant when she wouldn't talk about it straight away.
Yeah.
Because remember, you were running around getting under everyone's feet when you were little, playing with Zane, you know, like getting in the way, playing around at the fountain, doing monkey swings off those antlers.
So I kind of remember that.
Yeah, so that image of like antlers big enough for you to swing off, and the sense of something watching you and then checking in and moving away, it's not necessarily familiar to you, but it's just kind of like it reaffirms something for you. Because your mother never talks about the kind of gods that she believes in order to get her powers. Your mother never talks about that.
Now that I've heard that, it's like, yeah, that's confirmed. I'm more happy.
Yeah.
And I'm more like deja vu.
Yeah, like. That's kind of what it feels like. It's kind of like a deja vu in recognition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, thanks for that.
Kinura, you're the last one to come up out of your tent, as the other three are sitting around the much banked fire, cooking breakfast and chatting. What's the plan here, guys? Do we move forward to Brigantia?
I think so.
As you
Yeah, I'm following them. Yeah. I don't know this area. I'm following them.
All right.
Make sure that the camp is squeaky clean and we're leaving no trace behind. We don't want to piss off Cernanos.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
It's his forest. Gotta respect it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you guys pick up your tents. You bank the fire in such a way that like it will not cause any damage to anything around you at all, even the soft grass and everything like that. You built your fire in the original fire pit, so you weren't making any more holes in the landscape. As you pack your tents away, Zane and Pod, you do yours with military efficiency, like fold, bang, fold in the backpack, like done. No stress at all. Kinura, Alarith, you kind of like shove yours haphazardly into your backpacks and you sort of like, just get in the fucking thing.
Just punch it in there.
Yeah. So the two girls have overstuffed packs as they haul them onto their shoulders, and you see like strands of canvas flapping up the top. And Zane and Pod, you both look at it like, I can't believe these two fucking chicks are out here literally doing this with their tents. Like, how do you not fold it and put it away and make sure there's other stuff you can fit in your bag at the same time?
I'm just thinking it's just all extra, because I'm looking at me in Pod's tents, and yeah, it's basic. It does the purpose. It's not fucking extravagant. Ain't got no design to it.
It's a normal tent,
yeah. Space to do science, you know.
Yeah, it's a place to sleep in. That's what I care about. I've slept on harder surfaces.
Uh-huh.
Alright, so we're packing up, moving on back through to Brigantia.
Yep.
Okay, very good.
Let's go.
Just checking on everyone. We've been playing for about 3 hours. Are we good to keep going?
I'm
Yes.
pretty good.
All right,
I'm happy,
excellent.
yeah.
Good to hear.
Okay. I'm just gonna go fill up my water bottle.
Yep, no stress. Go for gold. Alright, so you guys managed to make your way through to the rest of Brigantia with no further stops or issues or anything strange. As you guys arrive at the northern gate. Pod coming in the gate, immediately you recognize like 3 or 4 people that you've seen in and around the market gates of the northern, the marketplaces of the northern gate. They wave at you to say hello. And as you move through the rest of the party, you know, they're waving at everyone. You guys sort of have like a reasonably warm welcome. The guards didn't question you guys as you came through, as 2 of the guards saw you guys on your way out last time. So, as you come back in through the northern gate, yeah, you guys arrive back in the city of Brigantia. Welcome back. Yanis, you're muted right now, just so you know. Okay, sweet. So, where would we like to go now that we're back in the city of Brigantia?
Straight to Merlin.
Straight to Merlin.
Agreed.
Okay.
I'm like grabbing
Let's
the
go.
hands of everyone like they're children and dragging them to Merlin.
No, let me walk by myself.
I was not get distracted this time.
Okay.
Promise, we'll be at our
Um,
party.
I forgot that we were going back to Brigantia this session, so I did not put the Brigantia like stuff in the map. So apologies, stream. I'm going to pause for a quick second while we get the stuff sorted. I'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, chat. Thank you for your patience. So as you guys approach the Mage Keep, you see the doors standing open in front of you, essentially, and you see a huddled figure sitting over one of the tables, poring over something. As you guys enter into the room, you see there's Merlin sitting hunched over a sheet of parchment spread across the entire table in front of you. And as you guys enter, he looks up at you and he says, "Oh, about bloody time, the lot of you. Nice to see you. Well done. Good job. How did it go?"
Well, as you probably heard, it was quite successful. We have released the hold of any evils or chaotic powers over Skellig, and they are well on their way to recovering fully.
I punched an undead dragon in the face.
Yes, there is a bit too.
Merlin laughs as you say that, and he says, "Well, I wouldn't expect anything less of you. I do note that your party is lacking the distinguished Jugal. I'm sorry for your loss. Diana, let me know what happened. I'm sorry. It's hard to lose someone who has been with you for so long. I trust you put him to rest in a appropriate way."
Yes, his sacrifice turned the tides, and so we gave him the send-off that he deserved.
I wouldn't expect anything less of you. Oh, hello again, Master Pod. Merlin's going to incline his head towards you, Podvar. He knows you because you're Aurelia's son. And you know Merlin as your mother's boss. So it's up to you how you want to run this interaction. I'm going to leave it up to you. Rennie, are you there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So how do you want to run this interaction between yourself and High Magus Merlin? This is your mum's boss, essentially. So.
Yeah, I kind of I don't want to come across any intimidation, but it's it's a new guy. I want to make a decent interpretation. So I'm like.
So what I'm explaining to you here is you've met Master Merlin before.
Yeah.
You know who he is. He knows who you are. So he's just said hello to you. Hello, Master Pod. As in, he's seen you. He recognized you. What do you want to do from here?
I'm kind of I don't believe myself to be a master. It's very nice to meet you again, Master Merlin.
Yes, it's been a long time, young man. Congratulations on the recuperation effort over at the South Bend village, by the way. I'm happy to hear you survived.
Thank you. It's reassuring.
Oh, don't worry, son. I keep eyes on all of my up-and-comers. Speaking of, and he's going to turn around to look at the other three, you've done very well. And it's going to reach into a bag that's placed on a seat next to him and pull out a huge fat sack that clinks as he puts it down on the table. And he says, "As promised, 1,500 gold pieces, good in the kingdom." And he pulls
Sorry,
it.
I just heard you say his large fat sack, and I just...
Out of context, quite dun, 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 dun.
And he reaches into his bag and pulls out another smaller coin pouch, and he says, "This one is hazard pay, given that you've lost a member of your party. And again, I am sorry."
Wait, we get more money if our members
Don't get any ideas.
Because you have those special daggers doesn't mean you can kill us, Zane.
But I can just revive you afterwards.
It still hurts! Dying isn't the most pleasant thing, you know.
Dying
Oh,
isn't
money
the most fun a girl can
makes
have
pain
without
feel
taking
good,
her
you know what I'm
clothes off.
Yeah.
It's pretty close, but it's not the most fun.
It's pretty close. And Merlin sort of looks at you and he says, "Zane, if I find out you're killing people I asked you to look after, then I'll be very upset with you."
I would never.
I wouldn't expect anything. Hold on a minute. And I'm going to need you to make a deception check for me here, Zane.
Alright.
I would never.
He likes those.
16 plus 2, that's an 18.
Okay.
Bum, bum, bum. Roll initiative. What?
No.
Take this fool down.
Okay. So Merlin got a 9 on his insight check.
That's a net 1.
That's a net 1. He sort of looks at you, Zane, and he adjusts his glasses, like his very tiny glasses on his face, and he says, I don't think Skellig was good for you, Master Zane. You look a bit pale. You need to be out and about, either getting more sun or doing different things, which is why I brought you back. Thank you for coming back so quickly, by the way. I wasn't expecting you here for at least another day and a half. I hope
we could have been here a day ago.
I was about to say, I hope you stayed for the party. It's important to have good rapport with townspeople across the city and across the
I'm
country.
just gonna nudge Zane and look at him and be like,
I was right. And Merlin
I'm
says,
just gonna just mentally remember how Kisnura and Ellerith woke up that morning afterwards on the walk, all grumpy.
the expression that Zane gives you, Kinura, is just like a smirk and raised eyebrows. Like, are you sure you want to argue about the hangover you had that day? Because if you want to, I'm here for it. Merlin says, it's important to keep the people of the places that you're at happy and connected. Otherwise, how are we supposed to do anything together if no one's talking to each other or communicating with each other? It's important. I'm glad you stayed for the party. Even though I imagine that Skellig Rotgut rum might have done a number on some of you. I remember last time I was there, it did a number on myself as well. Master Lance and I were not alright for at least 3 or 4 days afterwards, so I appreciate and applaud you coming back as quickly as you did. It is nice to see your face again, though, Master Pod. I wasn't expecting to see you with this party, but it seems that your mother's got better eyes than I do. I know I called for your recruitment. I know you've been out in the field, and after the incident last time, I know you were on respite leave, but it's good to see you back in the field with the party who knows what they're doing. Thank you for answering my call. As always, the same party applications and things, now that you've joined this one, they apply to you as well. I will leave it to them to discuss with you the terms and conditions of the contract. But in the meantime, there's 2,000 gold pieces here, which is good across the kingdom, which you can spend any way you wish. But I do need you to make headway on the mines as quickly as possible. Given your track history and your track record, especially with the events in Skellig. Again, Mistress Kinura, I am sorry to pull you away from your brand new territory so soon. Congratulations, by the way.
many thanks. I may
Quick
just...
one, is there gonna be another dragon in the goddamn mines?
Master Zane, I would ask you to address me with a little more respect, given that I am both the High Magus and your superior. I know you've been out in the field for a while, but that does not mean we lose decorum when we come into the halls of the Round Table. Is that clear?
No, it's perfectly fine. Just dragon last time wasn't exactly something we were expecting to be put up against.
I understand your misgivings. In my defense, he hadn't awoken for 200 years before now. It was not expected for him to awaken. He hadn't awoken with any other Dragonborn going into his territory. So
Right,
my assumption was...
Is there anything that hasn't awoken for the past 400 years in the mines?
Hey, Magus, if I may interrupt, I do believe Zane makes a good point, because we weren't even informed of what was there truly. We walked into something that we didn't even know was there. I think if we're going to be sent out onto these missions, the level of secrecy that is held with others should not be held with us.
I understand your misgivings, Mistress Kinura. I will, given that you lost one of your friends, I will endeavor to provide you with more information going forward. And I appreciate your concerns. in saying that I do have to be careful about who and what I talk to about this. As you know, any mention of this thing getting out into the public would be disastrous. There'd be widespread panic, fear, and given the current situation, I think managing and mitigating those as much as we can is beneficial. So again, I apologize for not alerting you to a factor that I thought was not even on the table. He hadn't awoken for hundreds of years. My assumption was that he wouldn't awaken for you either, and that you would be able to deal with the situation without awakening Olafeist. I thought that by not telling you, I could mitigate what you had to deal with and reduce your stress, and saying that I was wrong, and I'm sorry. I'm deeply sorry. Losing a life as young as Master Jugal is... Well, he had promise. So... But as to answer your question, Master Zane, I would like to draw your attention to this map that I've been working on for you, of the mines in as far as we know them. Please, come sit and see. Joshua! And he's going to call for the young red-headed boy that we met a long time ago.
We love
And
Joshua,
you see his little buck-tooth face stick out from the corner. He says, "Yes, Master Merlin, how can I help? Bring us something warm to drink and something hot to eat. My associates here have been traveling for a long time and they're hungry and tired." "Right you are, Master. I'll be there in a moment." And you see his little red-headed mop dip back behind the edge of the stone wall. You hear a whistling and a clank from the kitchen and the sounds of someone ruffling through cupboards as Merlin invites you all to pore over this map that he's placed across the table in front of you. I'm going to go pee. Back in a second.
Zane got a little bit annoyed when he mentioned Jugal. Ba-ba-bow.
Meow. Hopefully this means that we'll actually be told about what the freak's going on. Because if they told us that there was an ancient sleeping dragon, I'm pretty sure we would have known that our depth was not that. And would have not poked fingers.
Ah, there are werewolves in the caves. All right. Silver bullets.
Silver.
Yeah,
Silver arrows.
exactly.
Let's go right now.
We should have a source of iron, like a reliable source of iron on us to weaken any fey influence that might be coming upon us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I do get, like, garrison, like, pay for the armory
That's
every
true.
time I go there.
That might be a
So-
good idea, is to stock up on some decent
Shopping
stuff before we head out.
episode.
Yeah, shopping! Get
Shopping!
it, bitches.
Oh, you guys talking about going to see Corbin? I had a feeling it would be going to see Corbin. Am I right?
And drop in on
Corbin
everyone
and
else.
the garrison's stock.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right, so as Joshua is busy preparing you guys like a late lunch, Merlin invites you to look over a map of caves and that sort of thing, written out on the parchment in front of you. You see that there is a rough estimation of distances for caves, like pitfalls, water traps, rough
Any
sizes
spiders?
of caves and that sort of thing. But also, can I get you all to make perception checks for me, please?
I rolled a 16.
4.
That's a 14 for me.
Wait, no, it's 4 plus 4 in it. Yeah, so 8.
8. Okay. Okay, so the collective is high enough for you guys to get a little bit more information. So, as you guys are looking over the map, you see that there are parts that are marked off with either a cross or a question mark. Which of you would like to ask Merlin what those mean?
I'll ask the question mark.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm interested in what that is.
Well, Master Pod, as I'm sure you know, you've been around for a long time. You understand how things work here. There are only so many teams we can send in at any one time, especially those of Brigantian stock, into the mines because of the amount of, what's the word? Latent power that's there. If we're not careful and we send in someone who doesn't have control over it, casualties do happen. So those ones marked with the I'll just draw your attention to the exclamation points here on this side of the map. There are points there where your magic power is greatly increased. It becomes very powerful and explosive to some degree.
I kind of like crunch a rat fist because it's very familiar, but at the same time, it's like I do have a question to a prior associate. Has the Feywild magic, the tornadoes, the strength of the magic, sometimes lowering, sometimes increasing, has it changed the wildlife itself? Or have we not figured that out yet?
Are you asking this out of character or in character?
In character.
As he hears you say this, Merlin sort of like shakes his head and he says, Master Pod, you should know from your hours in the field. Everything
I know.
in the Feywild changes depending on what it's exposed to. Which means anything that lives in here, and he places his finger on the exclamation point marks on the map, anything here is going to be tenfold stronger. But you will also be tenfold stronger. So it's entirely up to you if you want to, if you go in there and you find something to fight. But moving on to the question mark zones, those ones are ones we either haven't been able to explore, or we don't know what it means yet.
Gotcha.
These two here, and he points to the top side of the map. We've sent people in here, and they came back with nothing to report, except they were both not human anymore. They came back wearing the same clothes, the same gear, and being able to speak the same way we do. But they were both cats. So we're not sure what that room does.
I think it turns people into cats.
Probably a safe estimation to make, Master Zane. That's correct. But we also don't know much more than that because we only sent 2 through and we haven't been able to turn them back yet. So, but again, this is a very limited map. It's also quite old. We have not sent anyone back down there for about, to this level of the mines anyway, for about 15 years now. So,
What exactly are we trying to do in the mines?
what I want you to do, Master Zane, is take the tools that I'm going to give you and try to harness some of this wild fey magic that's down there in such a way that we can use it and control it.
For?
To rebuild the stone batteries in the walls of Brigantia. If there's going to be another storm, I want to be prepared for it, not nearly kill myself trying to save the entire city. Also, I want to be able to protect the rest of Avalon as well. The same settlements, the same people, I want to be able to protect them and keep them safe in their own homes without having to evacuate the city like the people of Skellig.
Crazy. I think, unless you got any more information that there is, I reckon we'll finish up this meal, stock up on supplies, and I guess, head on our way to the mines.
That sounds like a good plan, Master Zane, but I will remind you that this map is very old. Things might have changed down there. There might have been falls, fresh caves open up. No one's been down there for a long time. The first entrance to the mines is pretty straightforward, but after the floods of the last storm, things might have changed down there. From the lower levels up, anyway. Sorry, Mrs. Kinura, what were you saying?
Would you possibly be able to point us in the direction of somebody who has got some more recent information? names?
I would hope that I'm the one who has the most recent information, given the fact that I'm the one sending you out on commission. But I suppose if you want more information, you're going to have to speak to the ones in the mining town and the quarry nearby. They're the ones who are most likely to have sent people down recently. Entirely without Brigantian permission to do so, but I can't prevent people trying to make a livelihood. They're putting themselves at risk by doing so.
Then I guess that's where we'll go.
Hopefully you'll be able to find something that gives you a bit more information than this. This is before the big storm hit. I don't know how much flooding or what's happened down there since. And as you all know, caves are pitfalls for all sorts of things. So.
Especially spiders.
Oh, you're not scared of spiders, are you, Master Zane? Wouldn't imagine so, not after your adventures up in Brittlewood.
No, I just don't like them, I guess.
Well, thanks to your contribution, at least some of those in the magic masters are hopefully going to synthesize the usefulness of some of that viscosity of the spider juice that you brought back. I hate to say it like that, but that's what it was, wasn't it?
I guess that's the most crude way to put it. Yes.
That's what Perry said it was. So he's the one who's been dealing with it mostly. He seems to be very.
Perry's been dealing with it.
Look, despite everything about him, he works very hard, and he's very obsessed with what he does. He's a strong mind. He's a strong...
Yes.
That's why he is where he is, Mr. Skinnura.
From what I can understand, though, if I were to collaborate, do you not agree he is most difficult to speak with? He is intolerable. Is there anybody else that I could maybe speak to who's close to the development, but that I won't want to rip my own horns out of my skull?
Merlin laughs and he says, I'm afraid not, my dear. I know he may be,
insufferable, intolerable?
I was about to say difficult, but that's about the long and short of it, yes. He is very good at what he does. He suffers fools very lightly. Does Master Perry. That's why he works directly under Master Diana. He wouldn't be there if he did not have merit. You have to remember that. People don't get to where they are in the schools of Brigantia without proving themselves. Isn't that right, Master
Does he
Pod?
write reports?
I'm sorry, Master Zane, what was that?
Does he write reports?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask him. Or Master Diana. She's the one he reports to directly. I only get second-hand information from Master Diana after she's gone over his reports.
Who does write reports?
Apparently he's very verbose with what he writes. As in, writes
Maybe
several
the
thousand
written
words
material.
when really only a couple of hundred would suffice. But he is thorough. I will give him that. He is thorough.
Maybe the written report as well as the verbal talk with him might shed more light and make it a little bit easier.
Honestly, if you bring him something interesting, he's going to be more likely to talk with you because his attention will be focused on the thing you've brought him and not on you as people. He's not very good at dealing with people, as you may or may not have gathered at this point.
Alright.
Bring him something interesting. Draw his attention, and he will give you what you want to know. Hopefully.
I look at Zane. Yeah, beer. A bottle. A drink.
I'm thinking about bringing him a head of a dead animal or like the fucking...
I could always give him a
something.
shiny scale like a magpie.
So, headcanon of Perry being fucking autistic.
Yes.
No shade to those who are autistic, by the way. It's just a like we're all neurodivergent here in some way, shape, or form. Just the caveat to those watching. Perry is insufferable to people who don't understand how he works. Unfortunately, not many people understand how he works, so everyone thinks he's insufferable. The only one who does understand how he works is Merlin, and he's given you guys a basically free inroad into getting Perry to not be an asshole towards you. So, with that, you guys finish your meal that young Joshua brings out to you. You guys discuss the map a little bit more. Merlin rolls it up and hands it over to you, Zane.
Yep.
And where would you guys like to go from here?
Are we able to pop back through Haven? Because these two haven't seen Haven yet.
Yeah, those two haven't seen Haven.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Wait, Zane, have you not been in Haven yet?
No, I don't think we actually went there.
Oh,
no,
are you
no, we don't.
sure?
No, he
No,
did.
we have, because
No, he did, yeah.
he stayed in a room with Dougal and we stayed in a room down the hall.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. I swear.
Yeah. No, you guys did pop it, but Pod hasn't been there before, so...
Yeah. And also I want to check in on Aaron.
Alright, sweet.
Yeah. Enjoy.
Alright. We're going back to Haven, boys. So you guys managed to make your way through the city of Brigantia. It's the sort of standard stuff. There's people all around the place. The noise of industry and interaction that you guys are so familiar with when you spent so much time here before is all around you. The events of the Black Pot seem to be faded out of community memory.
I have no vision here, by the way.
That's
I don't
fine.
have any.
I haven't put you in here yet, that's why.
Oh, yeah.
So, we haven't actually been here yet using Foundry, so that explains it.
Dun dun dun.
I've been here before.
Yeah, Pod hasn't though.
Oh, yeah. His name ain't on the door.
His name is not on the door. You're correct.
Exactly. Are we able to do that and unlock it and place his name on the mantle for him? Or is that something that Erwin has to do?
It remains to be seen. Knock on the door, find out what happens.
Well, I mean, we can place our hands on the door frame and unlock it and go in ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Yep. If one of you guys wants to hold the door open for Pod, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Let's not mess with this magic, because it's proper Fey magic.
Alright, so you guys place your hands upon the door frame. The door creaks open to grant you entrance. And Podvar, welcome to the Haven Party Barracks. As you guys open the door, you hear a tap, 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 tap as someone is coming running through the foyer to meet you. And you see the tall, slim, red-haired figure of Erwin come rushing out of the door to meet you. And as she does so, she bundles you, Kinura, and Zane in a huge hug. And gives you kisses all over your face and all over your forehead, saying, "I was so worried about you. I'm so glad you're all right. Welcome back. You've been in Skellig. How did everything go? And where's And she sort of stops for a second.
Punched a dragon in the face.
Where's Jugal?
He gave his life so that the rest of us could live.
And you see her face crumple a little bit, and tears start to well in her eyes, and she says, "It's not a surprise, but it doesn't make me any less sad. Go through into the kitchen. I'll be through there in a moment. You, young man, out on the deck, please. Come in."
Sure thing.
So Podvar, you come in through the door as Erwin's holding it open, and as you walk through, the door closes softly with a snick behind you. Can I get you to make a perception check for me, please?
Sure. 5. Oh, +4, so
9.
9.
That's all right. You still wouldn't see it anyway, so don't worry about it. As Erwin leads the rest of you through into the through the waiting area, through the foyer, and into the kitchen, where you guys have spent so many hours together. And she busies herself behind the stove as she motions for you all to sit down at the table. And as you guys get situated, she turns around with a big kettle and several cups out in front of her, and she starts to pour you all tea. And as she does so, a familiar-looking orange cat jumps onto the table and curls itself around you, Kinura, purring and looking for attention.
I'm gonna give that attention.
So as Erwin's bringing the cups of tea over, she says, "Oh, well, Mogget's missed you, hasn't he?"
I missed him too.
And she places the teacups down in front of you all. I'm sorry, young man. What's your name? She's looking at you, Pod.
My name is Podva. It's nice to meet you.
Podva?
Podva. Have you recognized me from my mother?
I think I've seen you in Bag End Market once or twice when... It's Master Ereldia, isn't it?
Yes.
I've seen you with her, but you were much younger when I saw you last. You haven't come with her to the markets for a long time.
Yeah, very, very long, yes.
It's nice to meet you again, Podvar. My name is Erwin. I'm the, keeper of Haven House. It's really good to see you all. I'm really, I'm sorry, it's, just... First to lose Master Roger and then to lose Drugal is, it's, heartbreaking news for you to come home to. Do you mind telling me what happened? I know you were in Skellig, but I don't know what happened there.
I'm gonna nudge Nora to tell the story since she's the new owner.
Well, we awakened a sleeper, which we didn't know about at first, but we got a handle on things. Olifeist, I believe.
Erwin is currently busy cutting slices of cheese off a block in front of you, and she sort of stops what she's doing. She turns around and looks at you, Kinura. Olifeist. He awoke?
Yeah. He did.
She sort of puts the knife down and puts her hand on the table, and she says, I've heard about the sleeper. Roger used to tell me about him. And about how he never woke up unless something that was a true threat would come close. She sort of narrows her eyes and she looks at you, Kinura, and she says, for some reason it doesn't surprise me that you were the one who woke him up.
Well, we returned him to a forever rest.
She sort of,
he is no more.
She gives you a half smile and she says, oh, the big sleep, eh?
Indeed. His...
Yeah, and we called him a vermin before we did it.
We had our fun.
I'm glad. So I'm assuming because you're of the scaly sort that you did manage to establish some new territory over there then.
Indeed I have. Skellig is mine to preside over now. I'm yet to have a proper look around, and well, as most dragons do, I'm sure there's a horde waiting for me now that it's mine. But I have made decent steps into being more of a protective presence than a chaotic one.
She's going to place her hand on your shoulder, Kinura, and say, well done. I'm sure there is a horde waiting for you, but knowing what I've heard about Olafeist, it might be buried for a very long time before you get to it. But it's there, I suppose. And you, Master Zane, you look quite different than when we last spoke.
Yeah, met my mum. She kind of like owns the lake.
And you see a warm smile go across Erwin's face as she says, Nimue, right?
That's my mum.
She just nods and a big smile breaks out and she says, Roger and I had a bet. About whether or not you had some sort of Fey ancestry. I am happy to announce that I won.
Nice.
Roger
How
was
did you win?
swearing blind up and down that you didn't. Which is strange. But, maybe he'd just forgotten. It'd been a very long time. And you see tears start to gather in her eyes as she's talking about Roger. Oh, I'm sorry. I miss him very much.
He'll be back, yeah.
I know, I just want it to be sooner rather than later. It's hard keeping up this house when it's just me, Mogget, and George. And George isn't much help because he doesn't have any hands.
Oh, George. Don't worry, Erwin. We'll find a way to get him back.
I hope so. I go and dust in his office every now and again. And I see what he was doing right before he went with you into the sewers. It gives me hope, but at the same time I'm very worried. I'm starting to feel like if he could have come back, he would have by now. But he hasn't, which makes me wonder if he can't. I'm sorry to see you all again and just burst into tears and that sort of thing. It's just been... I've not seen you all for a long time, and hearing the news about Master Drugal has shaken me quite a bit, I'm not ashamed to admit. Anyway, welcome back to Haven. All of your rooms are exactly as you left them. So please, go upstairs and refresh yourselves, and I'll have dinner on the table in about an hour or so. Master Podvar, you're welcome to be here and stay here as well. The door let you in, so you're of high caliber. In as much as the door can tell. So you are welcome to rest your head here.
Okay. I'm like confused, but like I acknowledge it.
Go and rest. The lot of you, I imagine you've got a few things to do later on today and further into tomorrow, but refresh yourselves and rest, and then I'm not sure if you know, but the night market is on and has been for the full moon, so if you need to do any sort of shopping or anything, the night market will be alive later on. I'm planning on heading down there myself to see Lily make peace and maybe have a chat to Corbin and some of the other shopkeepers as well. I'll let them know that you're all back safe.
Thank you. Alright. I reckon we head up to the rooms, relax for a little bit, head to the night markets.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright.
Too easy.
I think it'd be nice to stay here for the night, just for Erwin's sake.
Yeah, she's been here by herself with her and Mogget for a long time.
Yeah.
And as you guys divvy off to your rooms, you guys hear a clattering and a soft humming coming from the kitchen as Erwin gets to making a dinner for you.
Actually, while she's making dinner, am I able to stay down and ask her a couple of questions?
Of course, by all means. Zane, if you want to take Podvar up to the rooms in the upper stairs.
Yep. I'll show him around.
Sweet. So Podvar, Zane sort of beckons to you, and you guys start to head off up the stairs to the various rooms of all sorts of requirement that this space has given you. Kenura, what would you like to do?
Maybe have I got like new clothing since I've sprouted my wings again, or
no? So you're still wearing your old robes with holes in the back.
I
And your
might.
wimple has seen better days.
I think that would be a good idea, maybe to seek out a sewing room and maybe make myself something that allows now for my wings to pull through. But if I wanted to cover them up, like a fold or like a zip
It's like
or
a
button.
I've got this image in my head of like a double cloak. So the first layer of the cloak goes underneath your wings, and the second layer goes over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I can sort of unbutton something and
Yeah.
expose them if I
Yeah.
need to. Yep. Because in Brigantia, my wings are now a sign
Everyone's
of...
already uncomfortable about Dragonborn. So if you're coming in there with wings after not having them before, everyone's like, suspicious.
What
Some
is
fake
that?
shit. We don't like that.
Would be an absolute power move.
Yeah.
Yeah, fat horsecock move, but risky at the same time. So
Yeah. Maybe not in the slums,
yeah. So Kenura, Erwin directs you towards her sewing room, where she goes in to do the mending and that sort of thing. And you walk in and you see this warm, comfortable room with several couches, great lighting, a huge basket of yarn in front of you. There's a rack of various kinds of sewing implements like scissors, chalk, like basically everything you'd need to do any sort of sewing, it's in that room. So she sort of directs you in there and sort of sits you down and gives you a snack while you work. So you're up here in this comfortable room over here. Zane and Pod, you are off exploring the rest of the house, and Aelarith, you and Erwin are alone in the kitchen while Erwin's making you dinner.
Erwin, I have a couple of questions of you.
Well, I'll do my best to answer them, I suppose.
And tell me if you can't share this information with me, but what can you tell me about Mab?
As you're asking these questions, Aelarith, Erwin is sort of standing just to the side of you, head down over the chopping board, cutting up vegetables. And as you hear the word Mab, the knife in her hand stops. And she looks up at you and she says, "Now, where did you hear that name, Aelarith?"
I've heard it from Erlots and in the wind and other places, but I believe she's of great importance and may be able to help us.
You know the stories about Mab? About how she's an unstoppable force of destruction and danger and violence, and how she's the one who makes the storms, right?
I don't think I have heard those stories, no.
Well, I suppose you haven't spent much time in Brigantia then, because that's the attitude towards Mab here.
Is that the attitude of the humans who have no magic in them? Or of the general magic-wielding populace as well, who have an idea of what may have caused all of this?
She puts her knife down on the bench and takes a seat right in front of you, Aelarith, and she sort of puts her elbows on the table and staples her fingers in front of you. And she puts her hand, she does this exact movement, and sits down and looks at you. Now, it interests me, Mistress Aelarith, how you say humans in my company like I'm not one of them. And she raises her eyebrows and looks at you.
I'm sorry. As a general term for non-magic wielding, we know how people in Brigantia feel towards the Fae as a general ruling.
She sort of smiles, and as she does so, Mogget jumps up on the table next to her. And they both look at you. Make a perception check for me, Ellerith.
Dice. 7 plus 5, 12.
Even with a 12, you can see it. As they both look at you, as you look between their two faces, the cat and the woman, their eyes are the same. And everyone sort of smiles with half of her face and says, well, I suppose I'd be lying to you if I tried to include myself with the humans. And I think we know each other well enough now to know that lying isn't something the Fae take lightly. So I shan't lie to you. My brother and I here. Oh, Juggle saying someone please give Frog cummies to George. We will be, Juggle, don't worry. Erwin says, my brother and I. And she sort of looks at Mogget and then looks back to you. Rog took us in. He was half dead. He nursed us back to health. And because he saved our lives, we pledged our fealty to him. That's why I keep his house. That's why Mogget's here as well. Forgive me, Ellerith, it's not easy to talk about this. And you see her sort of like lift up her shoulders and roll them back. And you see Mogget sort of stretch himself a little bit and then resettle. Mab has been gone for a long time. Anyone with half a brain on their shoulders who listened to the way people talk and the way people do things would know that. And they would know that being gone, and no one can find her, she can't be responsible for much. Roger told me about her. She told me that she was fierce and funny and powerful. I don't think she's responsible.
I didn't think so either. I talked to Erlots, and...
Oh, and as you say Erlot, you see this expression of just like recognition and like joy pass across Erwin's face. You met Master Lance.
Yes, we did. Such a lovely old fellow he is.
He is old now, isn't he?
Quite very.
Last time I saw him, he didn't look as old as he is. Let's say that. He's been around for a long time.
Roger, Erlot, Arthur, and Mab were, can I say, adventurers together? Is that the right term?
And you see Erwin go to say something, and then her mouth just clams up. And she looks at you and she says, I can't talk about it. I can't.
That is fine. We don't want to be breaking any pacts here. You only tell me what
It's
you
not just a pact, Aelerith. It's a geas. This is a promise that goes beyond a promise. But what I will say is I never met Mab. Mogget never met Mab. But Roger talked about her enough. Like she was... I almost feel like I know her. He loved her, I think. In his way. Yeah, thanks, Trickle, for letting me know about the mic situation. I've been having a lot of issues recently with it. So, is that better? I've been having a few situations with my microphone. Thank you for letting me know, Jugs. And as Erwin says that, Aelarith, she sort of turns around to look at you and she says, I don't know how much more I could talk about this, actually. I think I may have already said too much, haven't I, Mogget? And Mogget looks at her and goes, ram, ram, in a sort of reproachful way. And she sort of nods and she goes, I thought so. I actually have a plosive filter. Hold on. Ta-da! Is that better?
Sounds good.
Back.
Sorry, I didn't have the my headphones in. Is that better? Microphone wise?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
Sounds good.
Feels better, yeah.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, Mogget and Erwin sort of look at each other for a second, and they look back at you, Aelarith, and say, or Erwin says rather, maybe. I don't know how much you know yet, Aelarith, is the only thing. And I'm loath to tell you too much about what's going on to stop you from getting hurt.
Just say, I have something of hers that I wish to return to her.
Well, if that's the case, you might want some help in finding her then, wouldn't you?
That would be correct. I also remember talking to George a while ago, and he thinks that Mab might be able to help get Roger back.
If anyone would know how to do it, it would be her. You never know, they might be in the same place. Go talk to him. Anyway, give him this. And he's going to slide across a plate full of something that looks vaguely like frog eggs. Or like frog spawn of some description.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Juggle in the chat. It's cummies.
Frog cummies.
Yeah.
And she sort of looks at you, Aelarith, and she says, I need you to keep me and Mogget a secret, if that's all right.
My lips are sealed.
Thank you.
You can count on me.
I knew they would be, but I just wanted to make sure. It's important. And now you've made a promise. So, that's a promise. There are others here, and she's going to grab your hand, Aelarith. There are others here who are like us. I can't tell you who, but we are here in Brigantia and trying to keep each other and ourselves safe. So, be careful. You can spot us when you need to, or we will make ourselves known when you need us to. It's just important that you keep us safe, because we can't be here if the regular people know who we are or what we are. keep us safe, Aelorith, and we will do the same for you.
That seems like a fair deal.
And Aegeus, so mote it be. And the promise is made. Thank you.
No.
We will be
Thank
forever
you.
in your debt. Won't we, Mogget? And he goes, around, around, and winds himself around your legs, Aelorith. And just sort of motions you off with the dish. Go on. Talk to him. He's been
Right.
lonely without much input from me recently.
Sweet. Thank you again, Arrow, and any information is more than helpful, and I really appreciate it.
She just waves her hand. You would do the same for me if I asked it, Aelorith. Don't worry about it. Now, go stop those boys from getting into too much mischief exploring. And go say hello to George, would you?
I will. And with that, I'm going to head off towards George.
Alright. So, Zane, Podvar, what are you two doing at this moment?
Let me check it.
I'm showing him roundabouts where the rooms are. I'm assuming all the rooms are somewhat together, and I just open a door and see a room that is free.
Yep, pretty much.
And tell Pod that that's his
Mm-hmm.
for the night.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I just go in, like, okay.
Juggle says Podvar, great name, he has a way with the ladies.
Well, I have high charisma, but yeah.
He does have high charisma, this is true. So,
I'm pretty sure I
Aelorith-
just headed and go to bed, yeah.
So Podvar, Zane sort of directs you into a room and is like, this is a room. And Podvar, make a perception check for me.
I have a feeling I know what this room is anyway, yeah. 10 plus 4, so 14.
Okay, with a 14, as you stick your head into the room, which you could have sworn a second ago looked pretty much blank and bare, as you stick your head in and you walk in, this is the perfect room for you. It's got everything set out exactly how you want it. It's got the right spot for you to put your boots. It's got the right spot for you to wash your face in a basin. It's got the right spot for you to hang up your cloak. It's got the bed set out just how you like it. Just comfy enough. Like the right firmness, the right sort of height. Everything in this room is like it was made for you.
I'm thoroughly creeped out. I'm like, what?
I've been watching you.
Yeah, so Zane,
I
as
know
you,
you're
as
sleeping.
As you see Podvar's face go a little bit like...
Frowning. It's like, yeah, then just frowns.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Remember, Zane, you had this exact same experience when you walked into Haven for the first time, and the room adjusted itself to you. What do you say to Pod to make him feel a little bit more comfortable about the whole situation?
I don't trust Ed.
Yeah, this room kind of adapts to you. I wouldn't stay up looking for anything because I did that on my first night here and didn't find anything and nothing was wrong. So I can't stop you if you stay up and want to be sure, but that's my input.
Okay. I go in and I'm like, okay, thanks for that. And I close the door. I sleep beside the bed. No.
You sit like on the floor beside the bed?
Yeah, on the floor, just leaning against the
Okay.
bed. I'm like, not yet. I ain't trusting this room yet. No way.
Okay.
This ain't real.
Yeah, so as you sort of like get yourself set up on the floor to sleep beside the bed because you don't trust the room yet,
Yeah.
you realize that the floor, like, do you put anything down on the floor to sleep on, or are you just sleeping straight up
I'm
naked,
kind
like, on
of, kind of
floor?
the same. Yeah, I don't really place anything down. I place my belongings next to me, and I just sleep on the floor. I'm like, okay,
Okay, so
I ain't trusting this
like,
crap
do you
yet.
have a blanket that you put over you, or are you just kind of like roughing it on the floor? In
Oh yeah, I have like a sheet that I have in my bag. Yeah, I'll put that sheet over.
Okay, so as you sort of like lie down on the floor with your backpack as your pillow, and you sort of like try and get as comfortable as you can on the floor because you don't quite trust this room yet, you notice that the room is like the floor is like the perfect temperature to sort of like not feel as
I'm
hard.
like, god damn it.
And
The floor too.
The floor doesn't make itself softer. It still feels like floor. But it's just the sense of comfort that overwhelms you as you drift off into sleep. Makes you feel like you're almost at home in your bed and you're 6 years old and you have no worries and no problems and no concerns about anything. You're a little kid. You are safe. You are home. And you manage to drift off to sleep without much further ado.
My mind's telling me no,
but my
body...
my body is telling me yes. Okay, Zane, what are we doing here, fam?
Going to my room.
Yep, your room is still exactly the same as you left it. Set up exactly how you want it, with all the stuff that you need, exactly where you want it.
Is the bed somewhat bigger now that
It
I
is a
am
bit
bigger?
bigger. Yes, it is bigger. You notice that the bed, like previously where it was, you left like a bag on the floor next to the foot of the bed, and as you go back into your room, you realize that the bag has ducked slightly underneath the bed. It's almost as if the bed's like stepped politely around it to make itself bigger.
Alright. I'm just gonna head to bed and get all comfy for the night markets.
Yep. And the same feeling of comfort as in like you are 6 years old, you've had a big day, you don't have to worry about anything, you're comfortable, you're safe, you're warm. This is the first proper rest you've had in a very, very long time as you feel your bones sink into the mattress that you're resting in. And just the sense of like,
It's the first Saturday of a school term, of school
Yep.
holidays after a big term, and you don't have to worry about going to school next week.
Yep, you don't have to worry
Hell
about going
yeah.
to school next week. The weather's good. You know, you can get up anytime you want tomorrow because it's your mum who's home and not your dad.
And
she's
it's
gonna be
Easter
busy in the
holidays.
morning. It's just like she's not going to come in and wake you up. It's not cleaning day, so she's not going to be coming in with a vacuum cleaner at 6 a.m. waking you up, making all sorts of noise. You know, your dad's been out at the pub the night before, so he's going to be hungover as shit. He's going to wake up late anyway. You know, that mum's going to be up with breakfast ready for you when you want it.
It's gonna be waffles.
It might be waffles, depending. She's made batter of some sort. Could be waffles, could be pancakes.
Hit a pitter-patter of the rain outside and a little
Yep.
smell of fire.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
yep. The rain is just coming down, like, ever so slightly on the window, just above your head. There is a warm, purring body on your bed as Mogget curls himself up around you and starts to purr, and you stroke his soft little cat head, and his purring lulls you to sleep, and you have a fucking fantastic rest. I'm getting tired just talking about it. Like, that's like my ideal night.
You're doing the same thing to me. Yeah, you're doing the same thing to me.
Yeah, I'm lulling you to sleep. I'm going to smack you with something else in 10 minutes. I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. Unless.
Go to sleep. Inside check.
Save.
Yeah, all I'm trying to say is, like, you feel so comfortable and so safe. Hi, Hannah. You feel so comfortable and so safe that you drop off almost immediately with Mogget purring underneath your hand. Kanyura, you are sitting in a warm and comfortable room, mending your cloak to make sure that your wings can fit safely and hidden underneath it.
Is Erwin still in the kitchen?
Erwin is still in the kitchen. Yep.
Can I pop my head out and ask her a question?
Of course you can. So you pop your sewing down and you pad through the pantry, which is what this little grey room here is. You pad through the pantry, and you poke your head up, bare feet, and you see Erwin sort of still sitting there. She's just like getting some stuff ready, like she's rubbing like what looks like a roast of some sort with some sort of like herb and oil rub. Her hands are covered in oil and like spices and that sort of thing. As she looks up as you enter into the room. Oh, Kanyura. Are you alright? Did you find everything okay?
Yes, I just was asking, do you possibly have a special case where you have some more interesting threads? I'd like to incorporate a bit of copper tones in, if you had any, say, infused threads or something where copper is intertwined?
I don't have any, I think, sewing thread, but you're more than welcome to use my hair if you like.
Well, that's a solution if I ever heard.
Well,
but I'm sure I'd have to give you something in exchange. I mean, I'm not one to just take.
She holds up a finger and she goes, "You're a smart woman, Kinera. I will take 1 scale in exchange for 10 of my hairs. And that concludes our business. Is that suitable for you?"
Well, yes. However, there is, I would say, not exactly a dragon policy, but we can't exactly remove our own scales. It's like biting your own finger off. We can't do it. You would have to remove it.
That's fine. In keeping with your tradition, you can take my hairs, and I will take your scales. It's a law of equal and equivalent exchange. And I, for one, am a big fan of those, especially when the business is concluded as said and does. Does that meet your terms?
Absolutely. Now, you may pick from where. I will say scales a little bit easier to pull out if you do it symmetrically. So, middle of my back, wherever you may choose.
If it's symmetrical, then I shall take 2 of your scales, and you can take... And she's sort of looking at you. Before we agree to this deal, how much copper thread do you need?
Just enough to brighten up the edge of my cloak. That's all.
Oh, very well. She's going to walk over to you, Kinera, and she's going to hold out her hand and say, "I hereby make this bargain with Kinera. I will take 2 of her scales, and in exchange, she takes as much of me as she needs. So mote it be." And she holds out her hand.
I take it.
She shakes it. And that is our own Gaius. You can take my hairs first. It's, just pull from the very back. She turns around and she points to the nape of her neck. It's longest there, so you're probably going to get the best use out of it.
Right. Okay.
If it makes you feel any better, you don't have to pull. You can use, this knife. And she holds up a small paring knife that she was using to, like, cut vegetables earlier. You can use this. Don't worry about pulling. It doesn't hurt that much. Just take a hunk and do what you will with it.
I think I'll slice it. I mean, well, it'll be alright. I'll take, say...
She lifts up the fat braid of her long copper-coloured hair and lifts it up. And as she does so, she pulls out, like, a hank of hair, probably about, like, the width of your pinky finger. Like, it's not like a big chunk of hair, but she pulls it out from her braid. And she sort of holds it out from the nape of her neck and says, "Just cut wherever you think is right. Just here."
Alright.
And you feel a hank of soft, copper-coloured hair fall into your palm, Kinera. It is the most lustrous, vibrant copper colour, aside from your scales, that you have ever seen.
See, this will make great thread.
And I'm sorry, Kinera, but I have to make good on the terms of the deal. Quite quickly, if you understand. Just point me in the right direction where it's not going to hurt you very much.
In that case, the base of my wings. They're most muscular and probably more numb than elsewhere.
Alright. So one from each side to keep it symmetrical?
Indeed. And you're going to have to pull hard. Don't worry about the pain.
Alright.
Use pliers if you must.
I think my fingers shall be strong enough as you turn around and you sort of lift your wings up. And Erwin sees like there are 2 pockets on either side just underneath where your wings are sprouted from, where the skin's kind of like dry and there are scales poking up all higgledy-piggledy. And she goes, all right, breathe in. 1, 2, and then she pulls on 2 instead of saying 3. Okay, breathe out. I've got 1. Okay, and the same again on the other side. 1, 2, and she pulls on 3 this time. And she turns you gently back around. She says, I have 2 of your scales. And she's holding them out in the palm of her hand, and they're gleaming in the firelight from the lanterns. And our business is done, Kinura. You and I are equal. We owe each other nothing.
I always enjoy making good on my debts.
It's more just making sure that the edges of the contract are obvious. It helps to save from much further pain further down the track. It was a pleasure doing business with you. I shall keep these very safe. And you see her close her hand and it tucks into the pocket of her dress.
If I may, I understand this is outside of anything, but you know where your hair is going. May I ask, maybe just for a learning experience, but what ideas do you have to use those for?
I'm going to make them into earrings.
I see.
I've never seen a colour as close to my own hair as your scales, so I figure why not make use of it. I'm going to set them in gold. They're going to look beautiful.
Well, just so you know, now that I know this, I'll be watching that you wear them.
Kinura, once I place them inside my ears, they're never leaving my body again. Now, go back to your sewing. I have food to make and for food for you to eat so you have enough strength to get yourself through the night market.
Indeed. I will leave you to your doings.
And I shall to you. Let me know if you need any help or if you need to find anything, alright?
I will.
Alright. Good luck,
Thank you.
Kinura. Thank you. And you see her walk back to what she was doing before you interrupted her there. Alright, Aelirith, we're coming back to you here now, buddy.
Alright.
So, you've made your way into the central foyer, and you see that big, swirling, murky fishbowl, baby. What's your plan?
Did I need anything special to talk to George, or is he communicates telepathically, doesn't he?
Make an Arcana check. At advantage.
First one's a 5. Second one is an 11.
Total?
Yeah, 11 total.
Okay. Yikes, man. Bad rolls.
I know.
Unfortunately, because Jugal is not here to give you the speak with animals situation, you find yourself having it's like you're trying to reach out with your mind, with your detect thoughts.
Yeah.
And it's like whatever you're trying to grab, like you see it, you can sense it, but when you reach out to try and make contact, it slips away from you the first 2 or 3 times you do it. You are sitting here trying to meditate in front of this murky bowl, trying to make contact with whatever is living inside it. And it makes it difficult. Difficult, lemon difficult. So I'm going to need you to actually cast your detect thoughts here.
Yep. I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts to reach out to George.
Okay. As you do so, you feel the tendrils of this creature slip through your mind once or twice before you finally manage to grab hold and follow the pull to the thoughts that lie behind it. Make a wisdom saving throw.
12.
Alright, I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm gonna tell you what happens after that.
Sweet.
Man, these mini cliffhangers suck!
I die of insanity. I cannot comprehend the forever eel.
I am lost to the fish cummies. Frog cummies, sorry. To the frog cummies.
Why?
So when we first discovered George, it was one of our first missions was to go and retrieve something that could
Some,
like feed
frog
him.
spawn or
Some
like,
frog spawn. Except we instead called it frog cummies, and now we feed this eel frog cummies anytime we want to make it happy.
And this eel isn't really an eel. An eel is kind of like our perception of its physical form. However, its actual form has no bounds and definitely doesn't exist on this single plane of existence.
It's sort of like a three-dimensional being being able to see what they can perceive of a fourth-dimensional being, but the fourth-dimensional being, what we can see of it isn't it in its entirety. It is on an entirely different plane of existence. This is just how we're able to interpret it. So yeah.
Joy, add a point of DM inspiration to your sheet, by the way, for managing to just grab that entire concept.
He's an eel, but he's forever.
He's an eel, but forever. Eels are actually good luck in Celtic folklore, so... So, Aelirith, as you grab this tail of perception and understanding and follow it down to where it lives, it pulls you all the way in. So rather than you being the one who's receiving the thoughts from the other end, you find yourself inside the thoughts. You are in this monumental cavern of murkiness and darkness and pearlescent light. It's like, imagine shining a torch through a bottle of I'm trying to find the best way to describe it. It's like, you know when you have like a bottle that's full of like edible glitter, like that shiny sort of like swirling glitter thing.
Yeah.
It's like you're shining a light through that. Like it's simultaneously dark and murky, but at the same time there's light around you everywhere, and it's sort of flowing and swirling and doing all this stuff.
It's a lot of reflecting, but not a whole lot of seeing through.
Yeah.
It's a disco ball, but very
kind of.
grayish.
But as if you were inside the disco ball.
Yeah, if you were the disco ball, reflecting on everything.
I am.
My eyes!
Yeah, my eyes! So as you find yourself in this cavernous thought space, you feel a nudge from, I want to say your body, but where you are, it's not a body that you have anymore. It's similar to the way Zane turned into the equivalent of like a jellyfish. This is very similar to how he was when he was in the depths of the spire talking to the wake, right? So it's this big empty space that's not an empty space, if that makes sense. And you feel this nudge and a voice in your mind say, "Welcome back. I haven't seen you in a long time. Or maybe it's a short time. I don't know anymore."
It's been a medium amount of time, George.
That's what you called me. I forgot. You smell different, Aelirith. What's changed?
I'm not quite sure, George, and I was hoping you might have some answers for me.
Given what you've done for Erwin and Mogget and Roger, I will do my best to answer.
Okay. I am seeking information about Mab. Possibly how I may be able to find her. You mentioned her in a conversation we had earlier, that she may be able to help bring Roger back. I am wanting to find her.
The Ploster filter can go for now. It just fell off my desk. So, as you say this, Elerith, you feel a shifting around you, and you see the glowing sort of particles of water sort of move and eddy and go back and forth towards you, and you feel a nudge against one side of your body as something inexplicably large bumps against you and rests there. And you hear the voice of George say, "I can't tell you where she is.
Can you tell me how to find her?
Did you meet the Wake?"
It doesn't ring a bell. Out of character, we did, but Aelith didn't.
Elerith didn't, no.
Yeah.
They are my sibling, in a way. They live in the bigger waters outside. Outside and outside and inside. They told me of currents that spoke of the Shining Woman. She shines like the sun has hit her, even though she's deep, 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 deep under.
By the way, I'm pretty sure I did mention that my sibling was the Wake, just for Erwin, FYI.
So you're related to George.
So,
Hey, Nikki
she would
the
have
Wisher, welcome back to the
knowledge
chat, buddy. Glad to have you back.
of my connection to it, doesn't exactly know what it is.
And George says to you, Elerith, as you feel this pressure move against the other side of your body, the Wake might know. I can only see so far into them. The same way they can only see so far into me. We are the same, but different, and apart, but together.
I see. And how does one find one of these wakes? In the same way that we found you, because to us you seem very contained and relatively easy to access speaking. I feel like if these wakes are outside, and inside, they might be a little bit harder to get a hold of.
You feel a soft chuckle in the back of your mind, Elerith, as George says, well, the Wake, they call them that because they are what comes after. And yet before. Find the big water. You might be able to ask Nimue about it. I don't know if she's called by another name, but that's what we call her.
Thank you, George.
I don't need to be thanked, Elerith. I want her back just as much as you do. Her light hurts my eyes. And with that, you feel the connection break.
Oh.
Also, don't worry about it, Nikki. We had kind of like a in-between session since the last time you joined us. It's a pleasure to have you back. So, Elerith, Your conversation with George has ended and you find yourself back in your body and no longer in this glimmering yet murky space.
I definitely need to process that, so I'm gonna go to my room and have a lie down before the
Might
food
be a
and
good
festival.
idea. Might be a good
Yeah.
idea. So you return back to your room, which is pretty much exactly how you left it. Kanura, you carry on sewing and finish lining the edges of your cloak with the beautiful copper thread that Erwin provided you with her hair.
Am I able to check what kind of properties that her hair has?
Okay, roll an Arcana check for me.
Can do.
Can you? Was it just me, or did her voice go fully like, oh,
Sounds like one of those crunches, yeah.
My favorite thing of TikTok is the ew, what the ew. That's where I got it from.
I'm just like an ew.
Waiting for that soundboard, Laura's. Come on, where's the soundboard?
I rolled a 5.
Okay, with a 5, as you're stitching this thread that's made out of Erwin's hair into your cloak, you realize that it's very strong, and like stronger than any thread you've ever dealt with before. It's almost like you're stitching wire into the edge of your cloak. It's more flexible than wire because it is still thread, but it feels like solid, like it's going to be hard to rip and hard to break. That's kind of all you get with a 5, I'm afraid.
That's fine. I know that I have some badass hair in my cloak.
It's very shiny, and the color matches your scales almost perfectly. Like it's maybe one infinitesimal shade redder than your scales, but it's hard to see in the dark light. But out in the sunlight, the difference would be quite striking. But it's in a way that's striking, that's complementary. Like it matches the rest of you rather than clashes against it. So
yeah, I'm gonna look pretty sick. In other words,
fuck yes, you are. You're the fattest cock in the entire party right now. Just like you're here with your wig and your fucking like bronze spec cloak.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so you guys all have a rest for a couple of hours before Erwin comes and knocks gently on each of your doors, waking you up to come down for dinner. Kinura, you fell asleep in the couch after finishing your sewing. So Erwin comes in and wakes you up gently and just sort of shakes your shoulder and says, come on, it's time to eat before you go out to the night market. The cloak looks beautiful, by the way. You did a fantastic job.
Thank you. I think pouring over it was worth it.
Yes. Come on. Come wash your hands and come eat. Alright, so as you guys all come into the kitchen, Podvar, the smells that are coming from this kitchen are so good. Your legs basically follow your nose as it draws you down.
Podvar walks at the door, says, like, I don't want to be here.
It's too good to be true.
Too annoying.
So Erwin has outlaid a fantastic dinner for you all. There's a roast pork butt, like a big pork roast with delicious crackling. There's piles and piles of buttered roasted vegetables. There's like broccoli that's covered in some sort of cheese. There's roasted potatoes that are so crunchy on the outside and deliciously salty, but so fluffy and soft on the inside it sends you to a different dimension. It's just really, really good food that Erwin has put down for you. And she sort of motions to you all and says, go on, eat, it's fine. Go on, please. It's been a long time since I've managed to cook for someone, so enjoy.
Thank you, Erwin.
It's my favorite thing is it's like, oh, why, thank you, and puts a napkin in gently and then
And then like in the Fantastic Mr. Fox where he's just like
yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I'm with you. Don't worry. So Erwin eats with you. Like she lets you guys take a plate first, and then she'll help herself to the food that she's made. And she's feeding tidbits of roasted pork to Mogget as they're sitting next to each other at the table. And she turns around and looks at all of you, and she says, "So, a couple of things about the night market. I'm not sure if you've been there before. But just watch for pickpockets. Watch for things that might seem out of the ordinary. The night market's a bit different to the day market. It doesn't happen every week. You know, it's only 1 week out of the year. So just be on your best lookout. Really, is all I have to say.
Is this a danger thing or a heads up that we could find something a little more interesting than would usually be available on the regular market?
She sort of shrugs and she says, I suppose it's both? It's both. It's both. I'm just going to tell you right now it's both. The thieves and that sort of thing are out in high demand in the night market because it's easier to pickpockets when the sunlight isn't shining down in your face. So, and if you catch one of them, they might get violent with you. But there's other things that happen during the night markets which maybe are slightly a little bit left field of what you might expect for a market. The food's really good though, although I suppose you won't need it after eating this. But you never know, you might get hungry. It's a lot to take in all at once.
Are we gonna rug up and get ready to go out?
Yes. It's one of the only weeks a year that Mem Dugda has her own stall during the market, rather than having the tent at the very back. Or like the store, so to speak. She has her own stall, like actual stall in the market, for free range, which almost never happens. So if you spot her, it's probably good to stock up there before everyone else takes over everything. Also, I have this for you to give her, and she's going to turn around back to the oven and place a package in front of you guys. It looks to be something wrapped in a cotton swaddle with like a knot tied at the top. It looks like a box, like you know the bento boxes that are kind of like wrapped in fabric and then have a knot at the top. It looks like that.
Mm-hmm.
And Erin places it down on the table and she says, I promised I would make her dinner. So, this is for her, if you do spot her.
We'll make sure to take it to her. Safely.
Thank you, Kinura.
Right. Are we all fed? Ready to go?
I certainly am.
Still staring at my food.
Have you not, like, watched the
Yeah, I'll probably eat my food. I'm like, okay, if we are going there, I'm leaving my stuff here, but I'm getting like just enough coins to buy like one drink, maybe, if I'm peckish.
Of course, that's fine, Podvar. I'll take care of your things. But maybe take a few more than 2 gold pieces, because there might be things there that you want to buy. I'm just
okay.
I know you've been part of the Brigantian scene for a long time, but I know you've never been to a night market because I've never seen you there. I know
that's why I don't want to bring enough money. Yeah.
Because you're quite tall, so. But yes, try to have fun at least. It's a bit different from the regular markets, but it's good. It's good fun. I shall be there a little bit later on. I just need to tidy up after dinner, and then I'll be over there to have a look and maybe buy some things for the house. Well, what are you standing around looking at me for? Go! Go! Shoo! As she sort of ushers you out of the
Let's
door.
go.
Yes, Mom.
I kind of like,
Right
I kind of
now,
like look at
love.
like, I kind of like look at my room. Like, I put my stuff down. Like, almost close the door. I'm like, take care of it. Don't move it. Don't. Then close the door to my room. Another room moves. Another book room. Taylor Night Marcus. Diddle-in-diddle-in.
Baggins.
Bag in, love. You don't like it around here, you can leave, yeah? This is our lot down here. Your guests here, mate. You
yeah.
wanna
Oh,
be
yeah,
on your
dog.
best behavior.
I'm itching. I really want a thief to fucking get at me so I can show him the fucking
Do it.
wrong end of my dissonant whispers.
Uh-huh.
Do it. Execute orders.
Alright, so you guys find yourselves in Bag End Market. It looks very different from the last time you guys were here. Basically the streets are dark. The only light that's given off is by the lanterns along the side of the streetway. And you see that there are throngs and throngs of people around you. This place is fucking packed. Imagine it like a big Halloween market, right? So like there's like jack-o'-lanterns, there's people dressed up, there's stilt walkers, there's the smells of like cooking food and drinks and like all sorts of stuff going on right now. I don't really have the patience to populate the entire market, but that's just like the environment that I'm giving you guys here.
Yeah.
So the night market's packed. All sorts of stuff going on. What would you guys like to do here?
I know I'd like to go straight to Lily Makepeace, but I'll let the others choose what they want to do first before I do my stuff.
Well, I think it's best to stay as a party, so, wherever... Well, I don't know. Probably Mem Dagda's. I think it would be quite a sight to see to have her own stall instead of being tucked away.
And it might be good to get in there and get the potions early as well.
True, and well, we want to keep her dinner as warm as possible when we give it to her, so I guess we go straight there.
Sounds like a plan.
Any objections?
Lead the way.
I think we'll have to find our way.
Yeah.
Yep. So, as you guys make your way up through the busy streets of the Bag End Night Market, can I get you guys to roll perception for me, please?
I got you.
15.
I'm like slash roll perception.
I also got a 5.
Oh yeah, don't we get like +2 from Laura's as well?
Do we?
Not for perception. No, that's just for saves.
No.
Not for...
Yeah.
Gotcha.
standard.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So +4 was it? Yeah. 8. Oh, fantastic. I see nothing.
That's fine. So it looks like Elrith has the highest roll. Zane, are you there, bud?
Yeah.
Perception check, Pibbs.
You wanna... Sorry.
That's a good.
I see lamps.
19, actually.
19. Okay, so Zane, you've been to one or two night markets before, so you kind of roughly know your way around. As you stride forward, keeping your eyes peeled for Mom Dagda. You guys sort of make your way through the streets with people crying out to you to come and try their wares, test things, do this, do that, as you're moving through. The smell of like hot, spiced apple cider, as the night's closing in around you. You know, the smell of smoke. There's crowds of people. There's all sorts of stuff going on. But Zane, you manage to walk your way forward and you spy out of the corner of your eye a table with a selection of glass jars and a big bucket with a ladle. And you get the feeling that that might be a good direction to go to if you were looking for someone who's a purveyor of potions and other things. Much the way that Mem Dagda is. So, would you like to head towards that, Zane?
Yep.
Alright. So, as you guys approach... Close that macro. What the fuck? As you guys walk up, you see that Mom Dagda is standing behind a stall, all of her own. It has no fanfare, it has no extra fills, it's just her standing behind a rack of potions, several barrels behind her. And as she sees you approach, Zane, she sort of like waves at you and sort of beckons you in.
Yep.
Alright then, Master Zane. I haven't seen you around for a wee while. How have you been?
Yeah, good, how are you?
Good. I heard word from Sarah and Corbin that you managed to get their kids back safe, so thank you for that.
No problem.
Well, can I interest you in any of my wares then, if that's the case? Because
Yeah.
I'll give you a good discount for being, you know, friends and family and that sort of thing.
Sounds good. Show us what you got.
Well then, she sort of claps her hands together and rubs them. I know how well my hot sauce treated you, so how do we feel about getting some more of that at a much discounted rate? How do we feel, eh?
Sounds good.
Lovely. I've actually updated the brew a little bit since. It's had more time to ferment, you see, so... How about I do you one big flagon for 200 gold? and she sort of clonks a flagon down in front of you guys. And this thing is huge. Like, it's half the height of her. Like, from her waist to her head, there's this huge just glass flagon with a spigot on the top. It's almost like a keg. I'll give you this one, full of Mom Dagger's hot sauce, for 200 gold. Friends and family discount, you understand.
Think of all the vials we could fill with that.
She hears you say that, Aelirith, and she laughs, and she says, yes, exactly. Because I know you guys have a penchant for small glass bottles of various things, so...
Let's do it, I reckon.
Yeah, we just got a big stack of gold from Merlin, and having an extra bit of healing that we're able to administer ourselves might be good.
So as I said to our friend Zane before, I've updated the brew a little bit. It's had more time to ferment. So every vial you pour out here, depending on the size, it's going to give you a D6 worth of healing instead of a D4.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So same thing, out of character, Ma'am Douglas hot sauce goes from a D4 to a D6 per vial, which remember is a bonus action.
How many vials do we get out of this flagon?
15.
15.
1-5. The last one had 10. So this one gives you 15 D6s of a healing pool.
Of bonus healing. It's pretty good, guys. What do you think?
I mean, if we all chip in, I'm sure the cost of it will be a little less jarring.
I mean,
so...
your kitty currently right now has 2,000 gold in it, so
Yeah.
this whole thing's setting you back only 200.
I think this is like a team vote kind of thing. It's not really like...
Okay, there we go.
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm
I'm
just gonna go
thinking-
grab some more fizzy and be right back.
My shit just hit the bed temporarily. I feel like she's already giving us a good deal anyway, so...
Yeah, it'd be a bit stupid for us not to take up.
And to try and
Right,
bloody...
sorry, I just went and got my lift.
Hell
You
yeah.
raise me. Oh, sorry.
Alright, so how do we feel about purchasing this 200 gold barrel of healing potion?
It's only about 50 gold each.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Plus, that could be something taken out of the kitty.
Yeah. Do you know how much we actually have in our kitty liquor?
2,000?
Right now you just got re-upped by like 2k. I think you guys had about 800 on it previously after various things. I could be wrong though. But if you like, you can just do a flat reset and right now you've got 2k in it.
Sounds good.
Because I know it's been a hot minute since you guys have had a shopping episode, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can just do a flat reset for 2k. And then I think each individually you had about 500 on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like separately, 500. Like you, Zane, Aelirith, and Jugal all had about 500, I think,
Sweet.
each. So that's your own personal gold, but like the kitty has like 2k in it, so...
I'm hearing all this and like, Bloodfire looking at his like his purse, his money back home. It's like I only got 10. What the hell?
Well, I mean, I did say to the party that they should...
50 gold.
I did say to the party that they should explain to you the terms and conditions of their contract. So... You know, there might be a good idea to do it at some point, guys, before you drag him into a cave and get him killed.
True, true.
Anyway, Ma'am Dagda takes your gold, and she sort of like goes to lug this full thing of potion towards you, and she says, "Actually, I'll get my porter to carry that back to Haven, if that's alright with you, because this is quite heavy, and I don't really have time to step away from my store to deliver it, so..." Is there anything else I can draw your attention to here, ladies and gentlemen? There's all sorts.
Well, what do your other all sorts do?
Well,
Anything outside of the norm that you usually sell?
So you're after that special something there, Mistress Ellerith, is that correct?
Perhaps.
Well, let me see, darling. I think I have, a couple of things here that'll boost some various things that you can do. What about this? And she holds up a small, like, it's a very small jar, only about this big. And she holds it up to you, Ellerith, and she says, this one here, once you drink it, makes your voice so powerful that it stops people from being actually able to resist it. So, out of character, what this potion does is once you drink it, it will give you 10 minutes of advantages against doing saving throws against stuff like your dissonant whispers, like Tasha's hideous word, anything to do with your voice projecting damage onto something. Anything that's hearing it has disadvantage on their saves against it.
Oh.
It's 10 minutes.
Oh.
But it's only a one-time use.
Yeah. How much would this cost?
Well, considering what's gone into it, I'm afraid I can't let it go cheap, love. It'll be about 300 gold for this one just by itself.
I don't think I can pay that, ma'am. I'm sorry. But I will keep it in my mind.
It's alright. I mean, it's always going to be here for you when you come back. I mean, I'm just saying, it took the amount of distillation this thing took to get it down to this concentrated form. I understand you not wanting to pay the 300, but it might be useful, going forward. But anyway, that's fine. I accept that. Might be a bit much. What about the rest of you? What do you think?
To put my hands up, not hands up, but hands beside my chest. I'm like, damn, look at me. I got near. I ain't got near that amount.
And she looks at you, Pod, and she says, "That's all right, young master. Don't worry about it. I know your mother. We're on very good terms. Say hi to her for me, would you?"
I'm sure. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, why does everyone call me master? What the hell?
It's because master is like a term for not someone like they're not going to call you Mister because you're too young.
Yeah, people usually call me sir because in the brigade.
Yeah.
But going
fair.
home, everyone's like master. It's like what? Why? But yeah, that's fair. That's what people say in the
It's like
religion.
It's like Mrs. is for a married woman, Mr. is for whatever, Miss is for a young girl, and Master was for a young boy, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So they're all calling you Master.
It's all
Master Zane.
Yeah, it's all a level of respect that they're addressing you.
What about you, Zane? With your disfigurement, so to speak.
I'm disfigured.
Well, you've gone a shade different than you were last time I saw you. I've got something that can fix that, maybe, if you want. Give you that healthy glow again.
It's makeup.
I'm actually quite happy with the way I look currently.
Alright. No disparagement meant, obviously, Master Zane. I'm just saying. You look quite different, that's all. Mistress Kenura, may I say you are looking radiant in this firelight? It's bouncing off your scales.
Well, if you couldn't tell, it's a no shed.
I had a feeling it might be. But no, it's a glorious colour on you anyway. But I understand if all you want's the healing potion and that sort of thing. That's fine. I'm gonna be, you can always find me at my store at my tent anyway. I'm just running the stall as a favour, after all anyway. So it's not a problem.
Oh, I didn't mean to click that, by the way. My phone.
That's fine. Don't worry about it, dude. It's all good. Don't stress.
Maybe,
you
we'll have a little bit of a survey of the rest of the stalls, and then we might be able to come back and decide. If there's nothing else that catches our fancy.
No worries, my girl. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll be here waiting for you when you come back. All right. Pleasure to see you all again.
Erwin sent a meal for you.
Oh, she did bring Ma'am Dagda her dinner. Very good girl. Thank you, I'll take that. I've been waiting for it for a while. So, Ayla, you guys pass over Ma'am Dagda's dinner, and she sort of nods and she gives her thanks, and you guys do your trade, and she packs off the huge sort of galleon of healing potions with a young man who's running like a shop dolly, and she says, "Take it over, Haven, there, son. I'll pay you good when you get back. Lovely to see you all again. See you soon. Have fun for the night market. It's going to be a good time for the lawyers, I think."
We'll be sure to take in all the splendor.
Alright, you do that, love. I'll see you soon.
Corbin next.
Sure.
Sweet.
Alright, so you guys head up to where you vaguely remember Corbin's stall being. And as you guys approach and move your way through the crowds, ooh. Pod, can I get you to make a perception check for me, please? All right.
23.
Yep.
I see everything.
As you feel the hand slip into your pocket to grab your coin purse, you manage to grab it, and you turn around and look at what it's attached to, and you see a kid of around 8 or 9 years old with a dirty face and dirty clothes and a terrified, stricken expression on their face at being caught with their hand in your pocket. What do you
Any of
do?
us able to see what happened?
Yeah, because immediately he'd be shocked.
Yeah,
and then,
yeah. Like he failed the save, so you guys can see him immediately. He failed stealth for it, so.
I'm pretty sure I can tie him up and sling him over my back and take him to a cell at the end of the night if we really chose to.
But yeah.
I'm gonna go forward, and I'm actually gonna get on my knees in front of him. It's on my knees, pretty much at eye level.
Pretty much, yeah. He's a very scrawny, very thin,
She's so
small
annoyed that you're
kid.
moving him.
I'm gonna hold him by the hand, like the
Yeah,
same
hold
way.
him.
I'm
So,
just gonna lean him to.
basically, you've grabbed him by like the wrist, like just up here, and you got a very firm grasp on him, and you see his hand relax. As you sort of take his hand out of your pocket and use his arm to turn him around to look at the rest of the party. What do you say as you catch this pickpocket kid?
I'm kind of like, oi. Like as I grab his hand and it's in my pocket, and I grab it out immediately. I look at the hand to see if he grabbed anything. Yeah, the 2 gold that I got with me.
Mm-hmm.
Did he grab anything or no?
No, because he failed to save, and he failed this. He failed to get the sleight of hand off, and because
So he
of that,
didn't grab anything.
He didn't grab anything. So he didn't grab anything, and his stealth is broken.
Yeah. So I can't. Yeah. So you want to talk to him?
Yeah, I want to talk to him. I'm gonna go eye level with him, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at him.
As you get
And I'm gonna
down
keep
in
my
front of-
expression calm.
As this kid sees you kneel down in front of him, Kenyura, you see his face, like, he already looks scared. He starts to shake and go very pale as you, a dragonborn, kneel down in front of him with your eyes that are bright yellow in the middle and have a black sclera around them, focusing on his little face.
I would.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I promise. I won't do it again. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me.
Shush. I kind of like close his mouth.
And
All you need to do.
His jaw like claps shut, and he's just standing there shaking.
I'm like, all you need to do. All you need to do is listen. It's as simple as that.
Where are your parents?
It's okay, ASMR. Holy crap.
Not here. Not here. Not here. Please don't hurt me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I won't do it again. I
You're
won't do
by
it again.
yourself?
No. No, I've got my little brother. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get some gold to buy something to eat. I'm sorry.
Take a moment, settle. I'm not here to hurt you. If you need to look away, look away.
He does immediately when you say that. He looks down at the ground. Like, it will not make eye contact with you at all. And you
Now
see
you
like,
know
and you
what
see his
you've done
bottom
is
lip.
wrong.
You see his bottom lip stick out and start to quiver, and there's a tear that rolls down his face.
You know what you've done is wrong.
He nods.
Then you need no further punishment. I will give you this. And I want to give him 5 gold pieces. This will keep you for some time. But I need you to take your brother. I need you to find somebody who you trust and get them someone who will take you in, because this is no life for you or your brother. If you must, you can use your hands, help shopkeepers, do something, but do not give yourself or your brother a bad name. This will give you a start, but if I see you doing this again, I will not be so kind. Am I clear?
Yes, Mum. Sorry. I'm not from here. I'm from Skellig. My mum and my dad were meant to come and get me back, but they're not back yet.
Does he look injured? Like scratches and stuff like that?
So he looks like a kid who's been beaten up on the streets. Like he's got like the fading edges of a black eye, and he's dirty, but he's got no like outward immediate wounds or anything like that.
He's learned what what pockets not to pick because he's made that mistake before.
Yeah.
Okay. In
Right.
that case,
You
if
can
he's from
hope.
Skellig.
Yeah. Me and my brother, we came here on a car crashed and we got picked up on the road.
Your cart crashed?
Yeah, we were with some other grown-ups from Skellig, and I can't. When we got here, we lost him, and we couldn't find him again.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Heroism on him.
Oh, okay, all right.
So it gives a creature +2 to charisma saves, but it creates the creature immune to fear. So he's not scared.
It's a good call. That's a good call. Explain to me how you cast this spell on this little kid.
I kinda like touch his chest, but very firmly, but also gently. And
so you place your hand about here and you push in.
Oh no, not push in, just not like towards so the hand is like facing upwards.
Yeah.
And it's towards his chest, and the glowing white light kind of surrounds him in comfort.
Okay. Awesome.
Kind of like it's a gentle guidance, like it's okay, you're safe, no one is going to hurt you.
As you cast this on him, Roonies, you see his hitching shoulders start to drop, and the sobs dry up a little bit, and you see him sort of square himself up a little bit. Like his wrist is still firmly in your grasp as you've cast this on him. But you see him sort of like take a deep breath and calm down.
Yeah.
And he, like, the hand that was in your, like, the hand above the wrist that you've got in your grip, it wasn't a fist trying to pull away from you, but you feel it relax, and it goes to just the open, sort of relaxed hand, and he's no longer trying to pull away from you like he was before, and he turns around and looks at you, Kinura, and he says, "Sorry, I've just not seen one like you before. Me and my brother were sent in with another cartload of folk from Skellig when they evacuated. We've been waiting for my ma and my dad to come back to grab us or send word for us, but we've not heard from them. And I was so worried, and we were so hungry. I'm sorry."
Look, that 5 gold that I've given to you, I don't consider that a debt. You use that to get what you need. But Skellig is free. People are pouring back in supplies. If you head to the gate, I'm sure you'll find a cart who is willing to take you back home, where people will know you and people can find your family.
Do you know if Mother Tilly's alright?
He is indeed.
Right, you are, my love.
As he hears you say that, Ellerith, he's a sort of smile breaks through his tear-stricken face, and he says, "She's one of my mum's friends, so if I can find Mother Tilly, we'll be right, I think."
Well, I'm sure you know your way around Skellig as much as anyone else there, so you'd find her in no time. That's how to get there.
I was just worried, because we've not heard from my mom or my dad. Did you come from Skellig? Do you know what happened?
Yes, but I'm sure that's a story for another time. Just so you know, it's safe there now. You'll be able to find somebody who can look out for you until your family finds you again. But you need to be somewhere where you are safe, where you're not fighting for both yourself and your little brother to survive.
He takes the 5 gold pieces that you got out in your hand, Kinura, and he takes them very gently for someone who was previously like shaking and crying in front of you, and he takes them and he tucks them into like the top pocket of his shirt, and he puts the other hand that's not being currently held by Pod and puts it to his chest.
I let go. Yeah.
Oh, you've let go? Okay. So he puts his hand to his chest and he looks at you, Kinura, and he says, "I won't forget this, Mom. You've shown me a kindness. And those of us from Skellig, we pay back our kindness."
I'm sure you will. Now, if you ever hear a whistle on the wind, I'll be in Skellig. Listen out for it.
I will, Mom. My name is Sean, by the way.
Sean? Take his hand, shake it. It's lovely to meet you, Sean. I am Kinura.
Strange name, Mom, but you look like you're from strange places. My name's Sean Barragle.
I'll be sure to remember that.
Hopefully we'll be able to send word with you when we're back home with Ma and Pa. We will send for you. Because we pay our debts back, those of us from Skellig anyway. We gotta get right. You understand? We gotta get right. So me and my brother, we owe you a favour. We owe you a kindness.
I'll be sure to remember.
And then he's going to turn around and look at you, Pod, and he says, "I'm sorry, Master, for trying to put my hand in your pocket.
You're always forgiven.
I did it out of desperation."
It's okay. You do what you must to survive. But once you get out of this habit, live free.
I'll do my best.
It's your life to take.
I'll do my best, sir, I will. And thank you to the lot of you for not giving me another black eye like the one I've already got.
It's okay.
Alright, well.
I guess it was, let him leave. Yeah.
I'll be going, but I'll send... Who do I send word to? Do I just look for the dragon lady?
Well, see, the thing is that I'm sure you're aware you have some guardians of Skellig, yes? Some captains, things like that.
Oh, like the wet man, Gordon.
Indeed,
the one who spends all his
Gordon.
time down at the pub.
Yes, quite deep in the drink. I am now one of them, and I look after my areas, and I will be back there every now and again. So, like I said, listen for the whistle on the wind, and you'll know I'm there, and you'll know to seek for me, okay? But until then...
I will keep my hands out of other people's pockets, I swear, my lady. Good. And he does a deep bow in front of you, Kinura.
Lift yourself up, find your brother, and go home.
Well, we can now. my lady, thank you. And as you see him, like, grasp his hand to his chest, and he starts to fade away back into the crowd. As you guys are watching this happen, Lores, you hear a familiar voice call out to you. By the way, I did see your message in chat. I know you got to head off soon. That's all good. We're going to get this done quick, and then you'll be good to go after that. As Corbin calls out to you, Zane, he says, Master Zane! Well, if you ain't a sight for sore eyes, mate, good to see you. Welcome back.
Good to see you too. How's the wife? How's the kids?
He's gonna pull you into a big hug and like clap, like, you know that man hug with it's like grasp the hand and they pull you in for the clap on the shoulder. He does that. And he says, "They're well. All thanks to you." I have to say, whatever you were doing down south has treated you right, because sorry, up north to the south. I can never quite remember where Skellig is. I know it's on the river somewhere. You look well, mate. You look like you've grown.
Oh, thanks.
What can I do you for? I know it's a night market. Welcome along, all of you, as the rest of you guys wander up towards Corbin's stall.
Any new special trinkets, weapons, armor, or anything?
As a matter of fact, Zane, sorry, Mistress Kunura, what was that?
Just out of character, was Corbin the one that I gave the spider talon to fashion it into some kind of a weapon of his choice?
It was. Was. Yes.
So, in character, now, do you remember that spider talon that I gave to you? Have you fashioned it into anything interesting?
Now that you mention it, Mr. Kunura, no. But that's just because I don't have the skill to do it myself. So, I sent it off to some of my colleagues to the schools down south. And I have had some good word that they've managed to turn it into some sort of grappling hook.
Indeed.
On the end of like it's almost like if you imagine like a chain and a morning star put together with a grasping hook.
Right.
But all they've sent me is sketches so far. I've no actual product yet to show you. I was trying to send word to you, but I didn't know where you were. I heard you were in Skellig. But again, finding that sort of thing's a bit hard for a man like me who doesn't do letters and that sort of thing. And Sarah's been busy anyway, so she sends her love, by the way, and her thanks. The kids are doing well. Anna's got a bit of a bee in her bonnet about doing fire magic, but fire magic. But she's doing well. She's improving. Her aim's improving every time she casts it. I think it might be to do with her little brother's encouragement, though, but, you know, it can't really falter too much for that one. And
sorry, do you know who I need to seek out for that? Well, have they said that they finished it?
No, as I said, all I've got is concept drawings so far, but it looks like they might be onto something a little bit.
Right.
Imagine like a flail or a cat o' nine tails, but with fingers on the end that can grasp onto things.
Right.
That's kind of what they've sent me, and they sent me a couple of. He's going to pull out a drawer from underneath his underneath the bottom of his like a market top table, and it's going to pull out like what looks like, you know, the like the classic cat o' nine tails whip thing where it's like the handle and there's like 15 million different points. He's sort of it's like that, but it's made of like leather, with sort of like little like drawings and white paint along the top points of the leather, and he sort of shows it to you, Kenya, and he says, they sent me this as sort of like a concept prototype, where they're going to try to break down the claw and put it into these points along the top of the cat o' nine tail, so it'll be a big sort of a shredding kind of situation, but it's not going to be good for much long range, so to speak. Which I know is kind of what you were looking for anyway, so I asked him to return back to me with a little bit of a better concept, because this one's, to be honest, a bit shit. But I'll find a way to talk to you about it some other time. I'm sorry, there's a lot of people around. It's a night market. There's been a few customers tonight already who have already been, I don't want to say problematic, but a bit problematic, asking for discounts and bargains and that sort of thing. But you guys, as always, you get friends and family discount because you are my friends and you save my family. So,
well, I'm sure we should definitely have a look at your wares then. What are you most proud of?
It depends what you're looking for, my lady.
Well, I do want to flesh out my skill set, sort of a thing. And well, I do know my way around knives and daggers and things like that. But I thought maybe if I pushed into some different areas, it would be interesting.
I'm with you. I think I might have something in mind anyway. But Master Zen, you did bring up something that you wanted to talk to me about earlier in terms of your hang on a minute. Where are your knives, mate?
Yeah, they're maces now.
I can see that. What happened, if you don't mind me asking?
I met my mum.
It's just saying that Corbin sort of takes a step back from you and he sort of looks at you and he says, now, mate, I know this is the night market, and there are things said and done here that aren't usually done during the day. But this is something a bit bigger than me. I'm just going to assume that I'm not getting them knives back. As, well, they're pretty well encased in something that looks a bit like ice at the moment. Well, do you want them sharpened, or... I don't really know what to do with this piece of information, Zane. But I do potentially have a bit of a... something to match this whole thing you got going on. Well... it's a helmet. Right? Mm-hmm. But it's not a helmet that sits across, like, the whole of your head. It's just kind of sits mostly across the sides of the face. Mm-hmm. Protect that hair and all that. But, I've heard it's good for the eyes.
Well, let's see it then.
Okay, and Corbin goes, alright, well, I'm going to head off and find it. Also, Juggle's saying in the chat, I love that each area has a dialect or accent. Yes, you are correct. Skellig has its own distinct accent compared to Brigantia and everything else that I try to remember every time I go into this area. So it takes me like a hot minute to get in there, but once I get in there, I'm well in there. So you guys hear a clattering and a banging as Corbin's sort of wrestling around on the back of his stall. And he pulls out you never noticed it before? It's because you were in the game before, Jugs. Now you get to play it and not be in it. So Corbin pulls out this thing, and it's, to you, Zane, it looks like... the best way to describe it is sort of like you know how, like, Roman helmets have, like, that band across the front and then the chops that come around the side?
Yeah.
And then the back of the helmet and the big spur across the top? What this thing looks like is just the front part. So it's like a helmet that sits across here, and it comes at the sides and drops down, leaving a sort of T-shaped zone for your eyes and nose to come through. Mm-hmm. And he places it down and he says, Sarah said, I got this second hand, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know what it did, but Sarah ran her hands over it and said that it might have some bonuses to it in some way, shape, or form. And she mentioned that it might maybe help you see a bit better, depending on various different things and a couple of other things. So it's really the only thing I've been holding on to for the night market. Although I will tell you, it's not a cheap item. I've had to, after Sarah had a look at it, I quantified that versus how much things pay for things. Normally, it's not going to be cheap, mate, to be honest, even with a discount.
Can I try it on?
Yeah, as long as you promise not to run away with it.
Alright. I want to try it on. Do I notice
you notice
how I see things differently?
You notice your vision and your perception of things increase slightly. This visor gives you a +1 to perception.
Alright, and how much is it?
Well, Sarah said it might do other things based on various conditions, but when she tested it, it gave us that much information. So, I think in total, mate, including your discount, I'd sell it to any other mug for 1,000 gold. Right? For you, I'll do it for 500.
That's how much I have in my own wallet, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And out of character, the other effects, is that something I'll need to find out?
Yes,
or
it is something you need to find out, but there are other effects aside from this +1 to perception.
Okay. If there's more effects on the +1, then I'll get it. So yeah. I'm happy to splurge.
Corbin has this big beaming grin across his face, like, alright, done deal then, mate. And he holds out his hand, he spits on his hand and then shakes it, then holds it out to you to shake.
Yep. I hold my hand
Promise
out
no
and
acid
shake it.
spit this time. He looks over at you, Kinura, and smiles. I heard about that one,
Yeah.
darling.
Yeah.
Yes, my triumphs travel quickly.
You shake his hand?
Yep.
Okay. Add a +1 to your perception whilst wearing this visor.
Do I need to write anything for the magical? Is it a magical item?
It is, but I'm going to tell you that next session because we've been playing for like 5 hours now, so I'll deal with it next time before we start. So,
one another thing, Corbin.
what's that, my love?
Now, I understand it's a little bit difficult to get certain weapons into a less bulky form, but I have heard about some interesting small profile crossbows that are mounted, say, on the wrist.
Now that you mention that, my darling, I do actually have one of those for you. If you wanted one.
Now,
Now, I will warn
they-
you, they are small and they are light and lose efficiency over a certain amount of range. But if you're hitting in close quarters, that thing will do some damage.
interesting. Do you have standard ammunition with it, or would you perhaps have some interesting ammunition that, say, has some different properties to it? Maybe something that's, hard to get out, or even tri-tipped. As you know, it's quite rare for the tri-tip to be around, for they are very damaging.
Are you saying that you have a small hand crossbow and you're looking for something to put in it to make it do more damage, darling? Is that what you're asking me?
No, more for the crossbow part, but I'm just trying to set up some more business for a later date where we could come back and share concepts, and maybe you could fashion something for me and I would compensate you handsomely for it. So at this stage, I don't actually have a small profile wrist-mounted crossbow. That's what I'd like to get now, and maybe just some standard ammunition, but...
As a matter
I
of
think
fact...
later.
As a matter of fact, I do have one in stock. As I said, this is a night market. Usually they don't allow a blacksmith to sell small profile projectile weapons, but it is a night market after all. I can do you a wrist rocket for the same deal as I did for Zane. I did come into it. I will warn you, it is second hand. However, it does come with a couple of adjustments, which might make it more suitable for your needs. It has a tri-rack ammunition row, which means if you want, you can fire 1 to 3 projectiles at the same time, or rack up several different types of ammunition to fire one after the other. I did purchase it from a woman who may be of slightly less repute than she should have been, but it's not my place to judge, so I won't. Would you perhaps be interested, Kinura? I will throw up some ammunition as part of the deal. If you're interested, of course.
Well, I think we should talk compensation here first, don't you think, before we come to any decisions?
I agree. Although I will warn you, I've not had Sarah look over this yet. So, If there's anything magic to do about it, I have no idea. All I know is it has a tri-rack ammunition slot to fire as you will, depending on which gauge setting you have the arrow on.
Indeed, indeed. That's quite alright. I'm more than happy to discover the fun as it comes.
Right. Well, I'll do the same deal I did saying then. This item for 500 gold, but I will throw in the ammunition for free. Does that sound amenable to you, my darling?
It does indeed. Just to be nitty and gritty, how much ammunition is that?
As much as you could handle. As much as you can carry.
Indeed.
That's correct, yeah.
Well, I don't believe I purchased anything last time I was in the market, so I think this is a worthy purchase as any. I believe you have a deal.
He's got to do the same thing, spit into his hand. You want his hand to shake.
I look, I'm like, oh no.
I was gonna say, do I observe him to see if he's gonna put up with the spit, or should I?
I mean,
not?
you can if you want. He's holding out his hand with spit in it, like expecting you to do the same thing, and he winks at you as he does so.
Fine then, I'll do it.
He grasps your hand really firmly and shakes it, and he pulls you in by the hand and whispers in your ear. I had Sarah spell my gloves before I did this because I thought you might be coming along. Pleasure doing business with you, darling. And as he does so, he hands you over your first light crossbow.
Hell yeah!
So, Kanura, with this 3-shot ammunition thing,
yep.
Once per short rest, you can fire 3 separate shots out of this thing. So, you roll to hit for each individual one, much the same way that magic missile works.
Yep.
But each one does 1d6 piercing.
1d6 for each.
Yep. Yes.
1d6
and if you want,
piercing?
Kanura, once per long rest, you can lick these arrows and do a further d6 poison damage. Only for 3 at a time.
Yeah.
So, okay, so just to be clear, this short crossbow, you can either use like a regular ass crossbow, or once per long rest, you can fire 3 bullets at the same time. So that's the crossbow itself, right?
Yeah.
Secondary.
So sorry. So the first thing you did was once per short rest, fire. Was it 3?
3 projectiles at the same time.
3 projectiles at the same time.
Yep, because the sinew that the crossbow string is made of, will break if you fire that too often. So that's why it's once every short rest.
Yep.
Separately from that, because you are now operating with arrows, once per long rest, I'm going to give you the opportunity to imbue 3 bolts with a 1d6 poison damage on top of the original d6 piercing that it does.
Was it poison, was it? Or
that's your breath weapon?
It's acid.
Oh, so what's acid damage? So that counts as like poison damage in terms of like...
Yeah.
So you basically turn yourself into a poison dart frog for 3 arrows. So you always... So just for going forward, I'm just going to assume that you always have 3 poison dart arrows prepared.
Mm-hmm.
And you can either fire them all at once for 1 action.
Yep.
Or you can fire 1 3 times for 3 actions, depending on how things are going. Does that make sense? So you have 3 poison arrows, and the rest of your ammunition is like regular d6 ammunition.
Mm-hmm.
But you have 3 poison ones, which do your original d6 plus 1d6 poison.
Right. Okay.
I'll write it out and send you like what I mean.
Yeah. Yep. Thanks.
Like after session. But in the meantime, Corbin turns around to look at you, Ellerith.
Mm-hmm.
After watching the other 2 shop and find things. And he moves Zane out of the way while he's admiring his new headgear. and comes around and grabs you by the elbow, Aelirith, and sort of says, "Can we talk, darling, if that's alright? I've just got to pass something along to you."
Sure thing.
Come over this way. He's going to drag you underneath this tent. Now, I had to bring you over here because what I'm going to give to you was given to me to pass on to you. But I believe this is yours. And it's going to hand you the last part of your loot, Aelirith.
Luna.
Now it's up to you what form you want that to take. That's why I said the last part of your loot. And he passes it to you and he says, I got left this on my doorstep with no note, but it just said Aelirith along the top of the package. As far as I know, you're the only one I know. You're the only one with that name. So, I imagine it's for you.
I would hope so.
And so as he's handing it to you, Aelirith, you don't know what it looks like yet because currently it's in packaging. It's wrapped in like what looks like a very thin. It's almost like cloth, but not quite. It's like a combination between cloth and paper. It's very stiff, but it's also very pliable underneath your fingers once you rub it together a little bit. Make a perception check for me, quickly.
Assumption.
Sorry, insight, not perception, insight.
Same roll, anyways. It's 12 plus 3, 15.
With a 15, Aelirith. Fuck, I'm glad you got the DC for this. The sensation of the current material under your fingers almost feels like what's in your book.
My girl.
And the man has no...
My big mama in the sky.
Just make it like a passive perception check for like any robbers and pickpocketers around.
Yep, do so, Roonies. Roll that perception
Just-
check, buddy.
Cheers.
I've rolled an advantage too because you've got Kinura next to you as well.
Yeah,
Also
these piercing
twice.
eyes, homie.
Yeah, so roll twice, take the highest.
What?
Well, we will...
8 plus
No,
that,
he's
so
rolled very
that...
bad.
Yeah, 8 plus that, so that's 12. 1.
With a 12, you are like watching your pockets and your friends' pockets essentially as they're going off to do their various different things. The crowd seems to have thinned out around you guys as you're buying these sort of things, as the people are rotating to different parts of the night market. So you have a pretty good like eyeball on all of your friends, especially watching their backs as Kinura's pouring over the things in front of on Corbin's sales table. Zane's like has his back turned towards you and he's looking at himself like in a little like shiny sword that Corbin's got up on the side of the wall and he's checking out his new headgear. And Aelirith, yeah, and Aelirith also has her back turned towards you, but you can see Corbin's face. So you have a pretty good eyeball on like all of your party members, and no one seems to have anyone close enough to them to have their pockets picked. Good looking out though. Very good shit.
Yeah, that's what Corbin would. Yeah, because I'm catching on to what the person at the inn said before. You know,
So
pickpockets happen a
saw
lot.
your link in the Facebook friend. Happy to support a fellow streamer. Hey, Jogsy, welcome to the chat, buddy. Sorry, we're just it's been a long hot minute of playing D&D. Welcome, pleasure to have you. Sorry, Renee, say again.
Oh no, it's fine. Alright.
So, Aelirith, what do you see as you unwrap this package that our girl has sent you?
So I've already been given these strings, these string pegs. The first part I got was actually unspecified, so I'm going to say that that first part and this last part are actually the frame of this loot.
Yeah, so the neck and the body.
Well, no, sorry, no, I'm wanting a lyre. That's right, not a loot.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we'll say sure. It was just
yeah.
the last part of your instrument.
Yeah. So a lyre is like a mini handheld harp.
Yeah, so it's like sort of the U-shaped thing. So you currently have like
Yeah.
the bar, the strings, the pegs down the bottom, but you don't have the smile.
Yeah.
Of the lyre shape. Yep. Okay, so you unwrap this stiff, familiar paper, What do you see as you unwrap it?
I see this beautiful U-shaped piece of wood carved perfectly to fit my hand. It's made out of maple, yet not quite maple. It seems to have a shimmering kind of effect to it. And engraved very simply on the inside is just a single L. For Luna.
And as you turn over this U shape, and you look over it from all angles, you see on the underside of the U, on the opposite side of like where the L is carved, on the top part underneath the strings, as you turn it over and look underneath it, you see the letter M. Inlaid in something that gleams like mother of pearl in the darkest way possible. Aelorith, you now have your +1 weapon.
Yes.
So it's +1 to both to hit, and also +1 to your damage.
Beats.
And with that, guys, I think we might end the session there. We've been playing for 5.5 hours. Loris has to go because he has a baby dog. But yeah, be here next week for similar story, same time, same bat channel. We'll see you here again soon. Thanks everyone. Huge pleasure to have you all in the chat. We're gonna raid out in a second too. Let's have a look.
Hannah's passed
I mean, to
out.
be fair, we're all monsters. We killed Timmy.
Hannah's passed
right?
out. Yeah. Bah.
I'm kind of glad I got heroism. That's cool.
Yeah, it's a good call. Good call on that kid. For real.
They're taking turns to like throw the cards, and they're like chucking knives just to see if they can catch one to stick it to the wall. It's both violent and requires skill. So
it's both violent and impressive.
yes, so they're
No,
getting
Loris,
out
how do I
there.
raid again? It's slash
getting
raid
into
in
shit.
their name, right?
Name, yeah.
Stab him. The dealer
Okay.
kills all the
Basically.
cards on the floor, and then we get to stab him.
Technical difficulties.
Technical difficulties.
Anyone
Uh,
No.
The stream's frozen.
Alright! Session's over then. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, you did great. Hey, okay. we'll check
Alright,
you-
I'll see y'all next month.
Alright, guys, we're gonna raid out
Yeah,
to Red
fucking
Circle.
lunch.
Okay,
Show
so,
them some love. Big ups in the D&D
as you're
community.
approaching,
Love to everybody. We'll see you soon. Good night.
do
See you
we-
next week.
Bye.
Bye.